Ooh, hello. What have we got here? CMI 1970s thin line 72 style Tele beastie. Quite a characterful thing, and this is in to me for a refret and to make the neck new. Basically, to make it like it was in its heyday before it got worn out and battered around. We're not going to touch the body. The body's going to keep all its dings and things. It sounds great. I've had a test play. The pots are coming out and being replaced because they're absolutely shot. Nothing works properly there. I'm going to check the switch and see if it make sure it does work, but also sync it lower. It's a bit miles out. But the heart of this, to redo this, is going to be the neck. And as you can probably see here, if I zoom in a bit, you can see it's in all shades of disrepair. I could even, if I'm not mistaken, it may have been refretted, no, sorry, not refretted, refinished or oversprayed with finish at some point, because it's sort of wearing off, but not back to wood, it's wearing off back to another layer underneath. So I think over the years this has been extra sprayed, but I think we've agreed that the time has come to, we'll stick a bunch of new frets on for the CMI 9.5 inch radius, and we're going to refinish the whole of this fingerboard. And the back of the neck is okay actually, so we won't encroach onto there. We'll concentrate on this fingerboard, but we're going to refinish it completely. The frets on here, currently the metal comes right to the end. You can see the edge of the board is a bit rounded off, so whatever we do, we're going to need to consider whether we run the metal to the edge or whether we cut an overhang and fill in. I've got a sort of feeling that we should go to the edge on this one, but it will mean potentially putting some finish over the edges here when the time comes. So it's a lovely old thing, as you can see, CMI and full width Tele body. One of those lovely sort of rounded headstocky bits there, kind of curved over. Not the full curve on some of the older guitars, but you know, you can see it's a nice chunky thick body, through body stringing. Not quite that they got the things in the right place, but not bad. But it is a vintage classic. So we've got an old neck. It's got plenty of mojo, but the problem with this is that frets have had it. The owner wants this to be kind of put into given a new lease of life, and I can't do anything with these frets the way they are. And if we pull these frets out to replace them, we'll be pulling finish off left, right, and centre, and this will always be sort of ready to flake some more as it already is. So I think we'll give it a freshen up, but we can use amber finish to give it a sort of darker look anyway when the time comes. So the first part of this process, as I'm just going to go back to one scale view, what we'll do is we're going to start off by pulling the frets, but actually really I need to get the what's the word, strings off, because I'll do this with the neck off, so we'll take the neck off and therefore we'll take the strings off. And I'll take the tuners off and stuff as well, because you never know, if we want to, maybe we might need to be continuous and finish all the way up to the end of the headstock. It depends. We'll see how it goes. So what we're planning then to do for this is the refret neck refinish or fingerboard refinish, followed by or alongside redoing the wiring, and then a really great setup. And even though it's non-traditional, we're going to get rid of this piece of plastic and we're going to put an adjustable tusk nut on the end of here. Either a straight through nut or either a solid tusk nut straight through, or potentially an adjustable straight through nut if I can make one. That'll be a new thing, make one out of a tusk nut but with some extra bits added in. I know what I mean. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut these off just now because I don't need to use them. I've got plenty of sacrificial strings when we finally get round to doing this, but it won't be for a little while yet. So strings out. I'm doing this alongside refretting the Bob's Gordon Smith GS2, which I hate the way strings get caught around things, alongside Bob's GS2. So that's sort of this. My Friday evening now is jumping from one to the other. So the GS2 is already currently defretted, and next stop on the GS2 will be sanding out the fretboard to clean it up. And I'll get this one to the same stage, and then we'll kind of do those two together. So it's a bit of a jumping from one to the other process at the moment. So if I get the screwdriver, and the time has come to, I hate these stupid little plastic things they put around these screwdriver bits. They always come off, then they go away, and then you don't have them anymore. And then can you ever find the correct size bit? No. Right, get some welly. Looks like there's been a shim in this neck pocket of some kind, but we don't know. So the aim is to make this into a guitar that the owner's going to want to keep and play for the rest of their life, really. There you go. That's fine. Fine, all's good. It's not even in bad condition. It's quite a nice chunky neck. Right, I'm going to put this out of the way for the time being because it doesn't need to be in the deal. I think I probably need a container to start filling up with CMI parts, which means which box am I going to find to do that? I'm always short of a box somewhere. Come in boxes. What can I use? That one's full of stuff. Containers, anyone? That's full of stuff. Here's a box. Some sandpaper out. Right. CMI parts go in here. So I think I will take these bits off now. I dropped one of these precious little screws that holds the truss rod cover on, but thankfully it's a fairly common bog standard dome-headed screw. I'll be able to find either 3 of those or 1 of those. I think we'll also knock the nut off the end now. We hope. I've been put in with some amount of glue. Well, it's lost, horrible plastic thing. It's lost a bit of the plastic, left it behind there, but we'll take care of that later. So we'll do the screw, those things. Oh, what are they called? The Tuna Screws. We'll do those and get the tuners out of the way. So we're working with the headstock as a complete unit, so we can do anything. This gripping thing is turning out to be absolute crap on this screwdriver. Still, it's not the screwdriver's fault. It's this little blue anodized unit, cheapy thing. We're going to keep these original tuners because amazingly enough they won't have any negative impact on the tuning stability. What they do have obviously an impact on is the smoothness of tuning, which is, it's pretty agricultural, low gear and not very just can't get it to stay on. It's going to ping off. Yeah, not very precise or smooth, but it does the job. So we're kind of focusing on the important bits really, which is the playability of the neck. So it's going to get new frets, which are equivalent of Dunlop 6150s, but they are going to be Jessica Just got a wire, which I think I get from Tone Tech Luthier Supplies. Okay, and then we want to get out these little, those things by the name of, you know what they're called. Those, do you know what I mean? Grommets, no. Ferrules are to be broken. Right, so I'm just going to hopefully tap these out. They either come out nice and easily or they fight, depending on what mood they're in. Come on. Or they fight, or they come out nice and smooth. Nope. Yep. Okay. Over here, next to your body. Right, so the next fun part. Let's do something. I think I possibly tried this before, but let's check. Let's do a check on the truss rod, because it ain't really much point in doing too much if we don't have a working truss rod. So there's a bit of a few hundred years of grime in there. Ooh, yay. Wow. Okay, so what we've got is a truss rod that's just come undone. I mean, that's all it's been willing to do straight away. So that's okay, but it wasn't very encouraging in the doing up department. Now I wonder if knocking around on my little magnets here, I've got somewhere I thought I'd stashed one or two little washers I thought I had, but is that one? No. Come on, Samuel. That would have been handy, because the purpose was I had this problem before, and I kept them especially for putting onto a truss rod, which gives it a little bit more bite. Now I don't have them, so I'm going to have to go hunting for something else, or other ones, unless I can quickly remember where I put these, but they aren't showing up here. I'm pretty certain they would have still been there if I hadn't used them or something. Okay, right. No show. So okay, I'm gonna have a look and see if I can find something else to boost or bolster this. But in the meantime, I'll put it back on, do it up, and then we'll see if we can get any curvature out of it. Well, we'll try and get it on, but it's not going to do it with that. It doesn't want to play. That's what, 5mm? Sorry, is that 5mm? Yeah, so getting this back on is hard enough because it doesn't want to go in that way. Let's try and encourage it. Yay! Right, I'm going to give it some welly with this. So at rest, it's not twisted. It's pretty nice and straight, although it's old and battered. So what we want to just see is, can we get some curvature into it now, some back bow? Well, you know what, we can a little bit, not a ton. I'm going to give it a fair crank now. Wow, that's quite stiff. Still looking out for those little washers, can't find them. Yeah, it's kind of bending on one side and not the other, so we've got a bit of a strange mismatch here. But I think it's going to be enough to be playable, and if I can find an extra washer, then we can put that into the mix as well. Right, so what I'm going to do, I don't know how well you'll be able to see, I'm going to get a piece of foam and I'm going to clamp down this, and I'm going to pull off these frets. So I need a bit of foam for that purpose. It's always difficult to find the bit of foam when you need it. I might have to go B&Q and buy some more. I think I'm actually approaching peak foam at the moment. I could be about to cut up my last bits of foam, spare foam. Yes, I suddenly find a piece over here. Ah, thank God for that. Suddenly find a spare piece over here. Right, let's try not to cut it up if we don't have to. Let's just use it like that. Okay. So the idea being, I'll move the camera in a sec. The idea being, we place this sort of like that, keep it reasonably well pegged down, and then we point our thing at the thing, and then we get this thing and we go, hey, hey, let's zoom up a bit. So now the game, like the previous neck, which you obviously didn't just see, is I want to pull these up and out. So I'm going to, first of all, get a bite, get the blade underneath the fret end and give it a little twist. And that's lifted it up enough to be able to get the fret puller under there. Now we'll see how much finish comes up with it, if any. See what sort of condition it's in, but these have been glued in, I think, with super glue or something in the past, because that's well crunchy. Either that or it's the original finish that has been oversprayed. I think that's probably what it is. The original finish has been oversprayed, and so it's ends up being a really crunchy mess. Wow, these are a bit vintage. Oh, now that's interesting. Unless I'm mistaken, these tangs have been hand cut. Wow. I think we should have a close up look at this. This is very nerdy, but this is not a familiar sight for those of you who are used to seeing things. Let's try to get this to stand up somehow. Please stand up in a way that we can make it work. Alright, I'm going to have to do it by hand in a minute. Sorry. We started off putting you there, and I'm going to move you again. I'm going to zoom you in. Right. He said, trying to find a way. Okay, there we are. Now look at these. See these tangs? See how they're made? First of all, they're, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think they're particularly even, are they? No. So they're kind of randomly put in place. But I think what's happened is somebody's kind of bitten the edge of the tang with excuse me, with pliers or something, and in doing so, it's bitten the tang into there. You see how it makes a little kind of buckle in the fret, and that gives it its extra width. I think that's amazing to see that. I've never seen that before. So, suggests to me that the original frets were smooth. The tang was smooth, and these have none of the diamonds that you expect with modern frets. This has just been done with... and funnily enough, this technique is what I would do if I had a set of frets that were a little bit too... let's see if I can line this up when I've got it there. This is what I might do. If I had a set of frets that were slightly too loose, I would do this. If I can get my... Sorry, I'm looking through the camera at the same time. No, that's not what I'd do. That's crap. I would do something like this. So I did my version of it right there between those two. Can you see that? So I've just pulled a buckly sort of thing. Looks like that's been done. That's quite amazing if that is the case, and it's all been done by hand, and that these Japanese, I think it's a Matsumoto guitar actually. I think it's amazing that it has not started out life with actual barbs on the tangs. I know it sounds like a song. The barb on the tang's all mine. Anyway, so that's what I'm basically going to do now, is to get the edge of this blade whilst watching my fingers completely carefully. Let's just get as much of a lift going as possible. It's a bit hard to do, but there we have it. And of course the idea is to break some of these blades as well. We just want to get a start going on all of these frets as much as possible, and the sort of twisting action tends to do it. So it doesn't look like much movement, but all three of those now are going to come up without protest. Now with this, obviously, if you're going to refinish a fretboard like I'm going to here, you've got a lot more leeway, if you like, in damage you can do. All right, you know, we can afford a bit of a chip because we're going to sand it or radius it out. With the GS2, I'm going to hand sand, if I can, hand sand the slight wear patches, or the whole neck down to match, or to, as flat as the wear patches before we refinish the whole thing. With this one, because it's a single radius all the way, and because the finish is so crappy, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to, not only am I going to use, unlike on the GS2, I'm going to use the end beveling block to finish these frets off and bring the metal right to the end. I'm also then going to, what am I going to do? Come on, help me. Oh yes, before that I'm going to re-radius the board using a radius block, so I'm going to take quite a bit more of the, a lot of crusty, thick original finish here still attached, even though it's splintered and broken. And that's partly, I'm able to do that because it's a same radius all the way down, 9.5 inch radius. So these are coming up quite cooperatively, shall we say. Get right the way down, pull a few more. I've been getting into the habit now of keeping the original frets and handing them back to their owners, because there's something about frets that are, age-old things. Now, I'm not sure how much Bob will want these particular ones, but when it's somebody's guitar from their childhood or something, it's quite nice to say, look, here's the original ones that you wore to a little stump of copper nickel alloy. So there's a lot of this crunching going on, which is the original finish, I think. So it's very brittle, but it's also given way, as you can tell. It's had its day, so we're going to redo that. Now this, I think this would be better as a gloss finish, whereas the GS2 is originally a matte, nearly matte, satin but nearly matte finish. So I'm going to get two different finishes out of these. This will be gloss, and the GS2 will aim for a matte. Now these here, I can still see why these are sticking in, because the original finish sprays right up to and sort of over the base of these frets. So that's why these are putting up a fight. Whereas all of this is started to split away, these are still kind of encrusted inside the capsule of finish. And it's a much easier way, I have to say, to do frets if you put them in and then spray over the top. To get the best looking gloss finish, or even satin finish really, but gloss particularly, my recommendation is you do the fingerboard completely on its own without the frets in, spray it, sand it flat, buff it, then do the fretting. But the challenge of that is, if you do that, a couple of things apply. The first one is you have to keep on cleaning the slots out, because if you think about it, you're spraying the neck without the frets in place, so the slots will continually fill up with finish. So you have to scrape the slots clean, let it dry, spray some more, and keep going. And eventually you then flat sand it, buff it out, and when it's finished that stage, it looks absolutely fantastic. But the challenge of that is, he said, looking for a little bag, the challenge of that is that when you come to fret it, you've got this beautifully gloss finish neck, which you can't afford to get any fretting marks on at all. So you then have to be sure to use only water-based glue. For example, the what I call the tight bond glue. So you know, it kind of stops you using things like super glue, because you can't scrape to clean up or anything, so you've got to use water clean upable glue. So that means that's what you're committed to. So these are CMI old frets. There we go. So we've now got our 2 bags of frets. So this, I better zoom you out because I think you're probably stuck in the close-up view. Yeah. I'm so sorry. My mistake. Oh God, I've got loads of bleeding. This is going to totally mess up the synchronization now. I've ruined everything. I've kept, instead of doing the zoom, I hit stop and start about 3 times. Right, I'm going to do a restart synchronization. This is still scene 1. Resync. You didn't hear that. That wasn't me. Okay, so there we have the CMI neck. Not bad condition. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, we'll sand this back, and we'll. I think this has got at least 2 different types of finish on it historically, but let's we'll sand it back. So for that, we're going to need it to be flat, which I hope it will be to begin with. It will get as close to flat as we can in the in its sort of normal state. Okay, that's actually a little bit bowed, so if we can get a tiny bit of squeeze into it, it will be better. It's never going to be perfect because it's ancient, so we're still a little bit of relief in it. See if we can cure it. If we can't cure it, then we're just going to have to go with what we've got. I think that is about as good as it's going to be, I'm afraid. So 9.5-inch radius. We've got the frets already cut. This is going to be quicker in a way to refret, because we can lay all the frets and cut them to length as close as we can. In fact, we probably do that bit now while I'm on camera. Just so we take the CMI fret paper, which is always hanging up like that, attach it to something heavy, keep it in place. And what I like to do is, now this way, if we remember, I'm not undercutting, so what I want to do is I want to cut square if I can, and then line this up and cut square at the other end. What we don't want, we want a square cut on the tang. We don't want what's the word? We don't want twisted tang on this thing. So I'm going to let both ends overhang a little bit, but I'm going to try and get this straight down square cut on the end to give us a clear start point. And then actually, it needs to be protruding a bit. We've got to have a little bit hanging over. We can't do it flush, otherwise it won't quite meet. So I'm kind of cutting straight, followed by placing it and just making sure there's a little bit proud of the edge. And that little bit proud of the edge is what we want the fret beveling file to take care of. On both sides, we need to end up with the same amount on both sides, really. So straight line cut, a little bit of sticky out on the tang side as well. And so I'm going to cut all of these as we go, just trimming them. I've already sort of cut them approximately the size, as you can see, but now I'm sort of going down, and I'm going to draw a mark on them so I can cut them all back, and that will be the sort of length that we'll glue them in at that length when I've radiused the board, and then from there we'll use the end beveling file to bring them flush. And it's just a way of minimizing the amount that we have to cut off with that file, because it's quite a beastly file to use, and it's hungry, and it takes a lot of brute force, and it can lead to mistakes because it requires brute force to work it, and it's one of those that I'm always nervous about using. One of the biggest mistakes you can make with it is that you can, when you're using it, you can ride up and over your freshly laid frets, and when it does that, it scrapes the mother of all scratches down the beautifully laid frets, which is a complete depressing thing. You've gone to all that trouble and then you just waste all of your hard work, and it means that you have to level out the scratches you've just put onto the frets yourself, which is a horrible thing for any tech to do. Don't mind leveling out imperfections that you have to level out, but when you've just created them, you kick yourself. So I said on the other video, but not this one, the GS2 video, the thing about successful refretting, in my experience, is preparation. And if you prepare your frets, your slots, and your surface that the frets are going to stick to, then you've got the much better chance of it being a good refret. So that's what I'm going through now, all this sort of fiddly pre-prep stuff. And so when I come to sit down at the fretting desk over there with both necks or both guitars ready to refret, or to fret, it should be just a matter of pressing. Now with the GS2, because it's a glued in neck, I will be tapping those in using a block, which is another way you can do it, and it's interesting in that it's perfectly feasible to do it that way. You don't have quite as much control over the force that you fret with as you do with a press, but even that isn't consistent all the time. You can quite easily overpress one fret compared to the next, and funnily enough, the amount that you overpress that fret can be enough to ultimately leave you with an uneven patch or an uneven fret, a low fret in your fretboard sequence, and that can cause you exactly the same problems as if you have a high fret, which is one of the things that when you've done enough of this, you realize that everything you do really is dominated by your lowest frets, rather than what you kind of think is your high frets is what shapes how your guitar, what you need to do to your frets, but it's the lowest of them. Everything works to the lowest common denominator, just like real life. Okay, so having cut all the far ends to the right length, now I'm going to go down and mark up my cut-offs on the top, on this end, and I'm going to go deliberately go to outside of the line, because I don't want to undercut this. I want to leave enough for the end beveling file to do. So deliberately staying outside of the line. This is not a permanent marker, but it's much thinner than a permanent marker, so even though I have to be careful not to rub it off when I'm cutting, it's more accurate. Okay. So all of these one by one, chop them on the line in a straight line. Fit it back in, bit overhang at each end, all is good. So looking at this finish on this, it's kind of one of those things where I'm looking at it and thinking, there are some people who would always prefer the worn out mojo of an old neck like this, and problem is that, let's say you just bought this on eBay, and all the grime and stuff is somebody you don't know's grime. I think there's a case then for cleaning up the bit that you have the most intimate contact with, if you get what I mean, that being the fingerboard. So that's my sort of theory on this one, because of who owns it and the future of this guitar and stuff. So I'm making a judgment call that it'd be better to rework this board. However, in some situations, I would say Actually, let's work round this. Let's clean up a very thin strip where the frets sit, make sure that they can sit smoothly and snugly, but let's retain the mojo in this case, but not on this one, I don't think. So the great thing about preparing these this way is that I can then stick them back down on the fly paper that I have for holding the frets in the right order. I know a lot of luthiers use foam pads and they stick all the little cork things where they have holes ready cut and they stick all the frets in the correct order in there. I just hold it with a load of Gorilla Tape and then pull them off one by one as I need them. It's just more my style. Okay, pretty close to the end there. Close to the edge. I think we will be nearly done at this point in the proceedings, not far off. I think the sitting down and fretting at the bench is going to be a tomorrow job. So there's my ready cut. In this case, a little bit less accurately cut than the GS2. The GS2 I hand cut them all to length because I don't really want to go anywhere near that guitar neck with the end beveling file. This one I don't mind because we'll have, or less worried about it because we will be doing a refinish of a more robust refinish of the surface here. What I'll do is let's get the 9.5 block on it and let's see what we've got here. We've got some 240 grit paper on here already. It's probably a little bit worn or a little bit clogged, so it may not cut very well to begin with. But let's see what sort of how well you can see. Let's see what we got. There we are. So 9.5. It's fixed to there. Let's check CMI radius, CMI 9.5. There it is. Okay, just double check. And here we go. Let's see. Now I suspect this is going to clog out completely. So what might be good is let's go and get some not 180. Let's go and get some 80 grit. I'm going to do a bit of hard scrape work first. Do a bit of earth moving. So I'll cut me a piece of 80 that should. I want it to cut to exactly the right length. Like that. To make it work, what I don't want when I'm doing this sanding thing is I never want the paper to bend around the edges, and that tends to happen if you hold the paper on. So what I'm definitely doing, and I've got one more roll of this tough thing gold, is I'm going to use sticky paper. Now it's on top of the original sandpaper, which isn't a problem because it's firmly fitted and it's exactly the right size. Get me a bit of scrap wood. Excuse me. Just going to cut down here. So this is about fitting the sandpaper as tightly to the radius as possible on this block, so that what we're working with is the correct radius. If you hold a piece of paper on and just fold it around the edges, something about the edges tends to get sloppy and you don't get a very good edge on your radius on the edges. It's also very difficult to do by hand anyway. And no matter how you try, radiusing with a block like this seems to tend to roll the edges a little bit, even when you don't, certainly when you don't want it to. So don't really know a way around that. The only surefire way is a milling system, where you actually mill a radius with a jig. I mean, doing it with a router jig is a bit extreme. It's okay if you're cutting a brand new what's the word? A brand new fingerboard, slab fingerboard, then I've got a homemade jig that works for that. But when it's not so good if you're just trying to take an existing board and clean it up. It takes too much material. Okay, so there's my 9.5 inch. I'll keep that there somewhere because I probably need that in a minute. So here's our 9.5 radius on 80 grit, and just going to run it up and down. And I'll pull off the original finish. And it clogs up quite easily, so always good to have some brushes, wire brushes hanging around to free up the stuff. So there's a lot of thick poly on there, probably two, like I said, two very different historical layers, I think. And it's a pretty uneven fingerboard too. It's 9.5, but it's not completely consistent all the way. So it's rolled on the edges, as you can see. Yeah, it's definitely two layers of historical finish. We'll get there. You can see how worn it is down here where the radius block isn't touching it, because it's sort of worn away by the hands down there. With a bit of luck we can sort of refresh that by doing this. By the time we've finished that, we should have bottomed out that little hollow, I think. That's the idea. There's a worn bit down here as well that we don't yet reach. Kind of interesting how things do wear. Pretty wood, look at that. Isn't it? Nice grain. So we're down at the wood here, but obviously not right on this edge, which is it's rolled over quite a lot. So we just have to gently keep going until we get there. How handsome is that when you get down to a nice fresh piece of timber. Whew. We're nearly there, but that will be a nice refresh. Let's turn it round, double check it for levelness. Yeah, it's quite battered. That's the thing about an old fingerboard like this. It's lost its sort of original precise shape because of the battles it's been through. well, nearly there. So you can see, I don't know if you can you see? Yes. The low bit still there, and you can see a little low crescent here and here. We're nearly there. In fact, realistically, well, no, we do want to carry on to get certainly these two bits. We want to just get those leveled out, because if we do, that means the fret ends will sit just a little bit better right down there. Otherwise, they may look like they're standing out a little bit beyond what we want. I think that will be it. Whew. There we go. How delightful. Ooh. A bit of aerobic exercise, sort of. Okay. There we have the bulk of that done, and then what we need to do with that is to check the slots by chopping through. Now this bit here cuts the slots, but it tends to put a skid mark on the maple around about there. But that's okay, because we can lightly sand that out with the next grade of paper. And then finally clear the last marks. Once we've finally cleared the slots for the last time with this saw, we can just hand sand over the top just to get rid of any skid marks from the MDF part of this saw. Pretty good that. So what am I thinking? Am I thinking some amber nitro, scrape the slots, followed by some satin nitro, or am I thinking amber poly? Oh, this one, okay, this one's going to be poly, isn't it? So I'm going to do, let's write it on here. The CMI is going to be amber, so it's HV LP spray, amber poly, followed by clear gloss, clear poly to finish. All buffed up to a beautiful shine to kind of look like this, only probably a little bit cleaner. Okay, so that's my plan. Lovely, lovely, terrific. Wow, nice grain. So what I'll do is I will add. I could pull this off. That's probably one way of doing it, but it's a bit of a pain. I'm not going to use the 9.5 again just for a while, so I do need it at a different radius. So I take this off. Could be kept, but I ain't gonna, just for ease of everything, I'm gonna now use this again, and we'll do 240 grit. Go straight to 240, I think, and then work that down to, that's the end of that one. Yeah, 240 grit, sand that out, and then we'll do a final clean up on the fingerboard. I mean, the thing with this is I use the 80 just to move a lot of material. In reality, we don't really need to sand much more than this, because we're going to cover it over in quite a fair amount of poly, and so that's what you're going to feel at the end, not the actual fingerboard underneath. So it won't be so rough, in any way rough as to feel it, but we'll give it a 240 and that'll be well comfortable enough. Okay, so I think after I've done this to 240, I think that will be the end of today's session. I think I'll need to clean up. I've got a busy weekend doing more of this. I want to get these refrets done, if possible. However, the way it's looking at the moment is we don't have really any good spraying conditions until what appears to be about next Thursday. Now, if I look in my humidity thing over there, it's telling me 66, which isn't actually too bad. I could do water-based spraying at 66. I dare not go there with Nitro. I think it's a bit more, I know it's a bit more sensitive, or can be, to humidity. So I'm trying to plan it all around the most friendly weather conditions. So the question I've got is, what am I going to do the GS2 with? Did I already decide it was going to be satin nitro? Could be. Could be, but it doesn't have to be. It's in poly anyway, so the original poly. Although Gordon Smith, as I mentioned in the other video, likes to offer a nitro over poly top coat finish, custom option, for anybody who likes the feel and the look of nitro and possibly the way it checks and crazes, etc. That's a pretty good, it's a good option for people who like that, because they can get those effects out of it. But what I'm looking for is a durable matte finish, and that could just as easily be poly as it could be nitro. So we shall see. Right, that's a nice feel to it. I think realistically that's probably all we need to do for that. We've already put the saw across the holes, so this time we can just scrape through to remove any built up dust. And then we could be heading towards being ready to spray. So both of these guitars, I've done all the fretwork, or the preparing the frets, but of course both of them have to go and be sprayed before we fret. So I don't know what I'm talking about fretting them tomorrow. That ain't going to happen unless I can spray. Now the negatives of poly, the pros of poly over nitro is that nitro really needs a good 2 to 3 weeks. Some people say a month before you do flat sanding it and buffing it. That's quite a long time for this, obviously. I've got some projects I'm going to do nitro spraying with my HVLP, and that's for the final coats on the candy apple bodies. But in a way they can tolerate a bit more of a month-long wait to fully cure. But that mitigates really this being better to be a poly finish, since that's what everything else is. be, yeah, I think what I might do with this, I think I'm going to put it on here. So the CM, we've got amber poly, gloss clear poly. That's what we're going to do with this. But with the GS2, I'm going to go clear poly base with a matte stroke satin poly over the top. And actually it doesn't need any colour in it. Well, we don't know yet until I've taken that one back. So let's pause this one here. That's the CMI ready to be parked out of the way, and we'll come back at the next stage whenever that is. Well, here we are. Look, this is the, where am I? This is the CMI Telecaster. Now, this little creature, just reminded me. So the neck of this guitar is over here, bundled up and waiting to be resprayed on the fingerboard, because we cleaned all of that off and refreshed the fingerboard. And I'm waiting for the right humidity, and I'm also waiting, holding on this GS2 here, a Gordon Smith, because that needs to be sprayed as well. So what I can do at the moment is I can rewire this body now. I don't have very good viewpoint from this, from this here camera, but I can go to about there, which isn't too bad, and I can get those in case I need to see. Then I'll get some cutters and some things, if I can find where they are, because we might as well get started. So there they are. Cutters, mirror, pardon me. And let's see what we've got. We've got lights, we've got lights, we've got lights. Okay. Yeah, let's get a screwdriver or two. Screwdriver bits is not that one, not that one, this one. Let's have a look and see what we've got. Probably short of a few things, but anyway. So I've got a few little jobs to do tonight in the old worky shop, and the first one is this one. The next one, after I've done this, is I'm going to go and route the shape of JT's L Red, which is a sort of replacement body for a guitar that he bought from me, and it's a Triggers broom, proper Triggers broom. This, the neck unfortunately warped, and it's 1 in 20 or 30 of the Chinese necks that I used that warped. So I took it back and made a new neck ready, and then we had this crazy plan to use the salvaged Star Force neck instead, which actually turns out to be the wrong scale. So we sort of had a choice either to kind of end up with a new sort of mediocre Strat neck on the blue body, or JT got very attached to the idea of using the Star Force neck. So we went with that, and then realised, of course, it's the wrong scale. I realised too late that it's the wrong scale, so we couldn't use it with the blue body. So we had to make another body, which, sorry, just made a bang, which we're now in the process, I'm now in the process of doing. So it's, you might say, what's of the original guitar still remaining? And I would tell you that the pick guard and the electrics are of the original. And that's it. But we'll get there, and it will be a very unusual one because of the neck. Okay, so wow, okay, that's got to go over there and through there. So these are these little pots are, I think, a bit knackered. So that comes out of the switch and comes down here, which I'm going to replace the switch as well. Comes all the way down to the thingy. Okay, what we really need to do most of all for the start is to just disconnect this this one here. That's the ground, the bridge ground, but I think I want to take the bridge off as well, so we can give it a bit of a clean up while we're at it. So everything here needs a bit of a clean up. We're not going to redo any of the finish or anything, but it'd be nice to sort of refresh it. I'm also going to, the word I'm going to look for in a minute now is, the thing I'm going to do is shield the cavities. And that means I will need to take everything out, which I'm going to do. So I'm just taking all the bits of the bridge off, and we'll just keep them off to one side. As I'm looking here to see if there's any difference between any of these pieces, they're all pretty much interchangeable. Interestingly, I've got a feeling this is I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 50mm bridge, which will be a complete rarity and will make that neck itself a rarity. Now, CMI Telecaster, custom 72 style Telecaster. Yeah, unusual, but I bet this is a 50mm spacing. I'll get my micro doofer thingy. Now, I'm just going to need to make a check first that these full-size pots that I've got as replacements will actually fit here. And I'll also need to copy the wiring plan, because it probably may not be the same as I would do, but I would like to keep the original wiring. There's no point in replacing that. We'll just make sure everything's hooked up. But these are all pointing in funny directions, and there's definitely a load of crackling and failing to function. So I think there's a clear case for replacing the pots, even though we know the originals are original. It's not really so much about there isn't really an awful lot of antique value in this. It is a nice old guitar, but it's I wouldn't call it massively rare. Now these screws look a little bit proud at the surface, but we'll see. There we go. We'll take this out for now. Just move it off to one side so we can reuse it. Right, and I think we'll take off the thingy here. This thing, the jack. I don't know how well you can see or anything, or if it's lost, but we'll take that off and we'll cut that as well. I think I might look at replacing it, but I'm not entirely sure if it's any good. It looks reasonably new, I think, compared to the rest of the stuff. It's got covered in a load of dust. Pure tone. That's an interestingly unnecessarily complex jack socket. I think we will chop it and we'll put another one in place. I don't think it needs to have all this complexity. Okay, so there's that to be handled separately, and then there's the body to be treated separately too. And this really will be just a matter of cleaning up the jack. The strap buttons are actually on very strongly. These are in place. There's no saving or changing of the finish. It's going to be properly old-fashioned relic the way it is. So I'm going to get this here cloth, cut it in two. Now with this, I'm cleaning for the sake of getting rid of grime more than anything else. I'm not going to get into polishing mode because it's a battered old thing. So there's no point wasting polish trying to bring it up to some sort of condition that it can't be. This the naphtha or Coleman cooking fuel will without a doubt clean up enough of the finish to make it feel cleaner. That's what we're really aiming for. Just I guess a change of ownership, and so it's nice to give it this refresh. Sometimes you find a guitar has been owned by, I don't think it's the case here, but sometimes you'll find a guitar that's owned by a smoker previously, and in that case a cleanup like this is really appreciated, because it'll get rid of that sort of layer of cigarette smoke nicotine that non-smoker or former smoker can find really distasteful, unpleasant. If you know, particularly if they're used to smoke. In fact, more so if they're used to smoke, I find. Speaking from my own experience. So that's really the main thing I'm looking to do here, is just to give it sort of a hygiene rub down. And it's, you can see it's kind of covered in good old dings and donks all over the place, so nothing's gonna clean this up thoroughly. Now, there was this thing that looked like I thought might be a sort of shim hanging over it. In fact, isn't one. So it's just a little white stripe for some reason that I know not of. Anyway, so that's the first rundown, and it's taken the sort of top layer of grime off, so we've got a much cleaner body to work with now, hygienic as well. Beep beep. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to hit the delete. Recently deleted. I bet I'll run out of space any minute. It'll serve me right if I do. But this shouldn't be too long a video. So that's all in good order. I mean, there's grime in there, so I'm going to use this particular rag that I'm about to throw away just to take off the sort of bulk of the dust that's built up in here over the years, along with some polishing compound, if I can reach. Now this little square cutout I'm hoping that it will fit a new switch, just to be on the safe side. If it doesn't, then we've got a slight problem, but I don't think it will. I don't think it's made only for a square one. So I've got new pots here, new switch, and got the original frets to give back as well. So just while I'm here, this is our scratch plate, which we might as well also include in the sort of hygienic scrub up. But I think I'm going to need to take a little bit of time to map the circuitry here, and that's always worth doing if we're going to fit some new things. We could just do them one by one and not write anything down, but I like to have a map of where I'm going before I go somewhere. There's a little feather in there. I don't know how that got in there. Yeah, I like to have a little map so that I know what's going where in case I get lost. And I think that it would be good to have this shielded as well while we're at it. There's no reason why not to, since it covers quite a lot of I don't know the word I'm looking for, a lot of cavity. What I'll do is, when I'm at it, let's just give this a little scrub down too. I'll leave the pickups in, but we'll take the knobs off to get the pots out, so we'll get that clean first. So again, I'll chuck that rag now because it's done a sort of an initial clean up. Old scratch plates like this never shine up really, so you can't expect them to. This is just about cleaning up, so it'll always look a bit old. And then a quick clean of this old bridge plate if I can. Again, not in great condition, so I was going to measure this, wasn't I? So let's chuck this cloth away and measure the gap, or the spacings. What did I say? I reckoned it was 50. It seemed narrow. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it's 52.5. So that makes it 10.5s, not 10s. Let's just double check one of these. And they're a little bit they're not exactly very sharp cut, these things. Yeah, 10.5. Okay, so it's 52.5. So my sort of slight surprise at it possibly being a 50 is explained by the fact that it isn't a 50, it's a 52.5. Okay, so that is, I'm going to put that off to there. I don't know how well you can see here. This is the slightly over complex looking double lugged It's held. I mean, it's quite cool. It's held on both sides. We could reuse it. Why don't we? It's literally got two lugs on each side to make sure you don't miss the contact. Not that I've ever seen a jack socket missing a contact before. So what am I looking for? I thought I don't need them right now, but I'm short of some, bizarrely short of some things, which confused me completely because I thought I'd bought them in. So that's not there. I'm going to have to check my orders. What have I got here? Aha, the switches. Damn, I thought I'd got them. Phew. Right, switches. This is a separate question, but I'm putting them right there. Good, that's one mystery solved. What am I coming out here to look for? Pencil, paper, pencil, drawing pad. This is what I'm after. I'm going to draw out the wiring quickly on this so we know what we've got. So I can bore you with that while we're here. So you stand there like that. Okay, so we have, in this device, we have three-way switch, and we've got, we got ground on here. Yeah, we've got an earth. Okay, we've got an earth on the blob on the side, and we've got 1, 2, and 3, and they're all double wires. So that one is 1. That's the output, and that's the other one. Humbucker, humbucker. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now this one is all sort of, it's all out of, it's all out of the normal order that I would use. Now that's missing. Where's my knob puller? It's here. And I need the adjustable spanner as well. Knob puller, adjustable spanner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, first of all, take the knobs off. Now this is quite tricky because these are old-fashioned witch's hat type things, and the knob puller doesn't really want to work in the traditional sense of it, so it sort of doesn't want to go underneath, and it doesn't want to give me a very good grip. Look at that, definitely doesn't want to, so I may have to just try a direct pull. Then just checking these are not screwed on. Right, so a slightly tricky start to get these off. I might find the ruler as a flat surface to bend, or one on each side, if I can do it. Something like this under there, and something like this under there. Something like that. Similar, similar. And there you go. Blimey. Not a lot of room spare. There we go. Okay. Can't get under there very well. A little bit under there. Come on, you can do it. Thank you. So I'm twisting in opposite directions, which helps to pop off the things. Now, before I take these off, I'm going to just loosen them and turn them round into the sort of direction I like to have things. I'm looking at 47 whatever the capacitor is. So let's turn this round, facing round here. Let's turn this one facing round here. I might actually do them up again in what I would call the correct order, or correct orientation. Correct for me. I like to have them facing inwards. Sort of how I'm more familiar with them that way. I think what's happened to these is they have rotated at some point in the past. If we get them all in the sort of familiar orientation for the minute, then we can remove them. Okay, so we come back to where we are. We have got, I'm going to have to put this here because the lighting is not great, despite it being a nice summer's evening. Okay, so we have got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then we've got a jack socket somewhere else for the time being. Right, blimey, that's a tight stretch. Whew. That's a bit on the short side. Okay, so what we've got at this point in time is we have got pickup. Pickup comes to the middle on these. Okay, so neck pickup comes down to the middle of this one. Neck pickup, middle of this one. Bridge pickup, so that's neck, that's bridge. Volume, bridge, tone, neck, tone. And it then goes from the middle across to the middle, and then there's also a ground link. So that's middle, and then we've also got the lug number 3 or 1, whichever way it is grounded. Okay, and then so the output from the pot in this case is neck output is, now this is one we don't know which is which. There's some markings on this switch, but I'll have to figure it out when I put a new switch in. So that will be which way will we want it? Up and down probably. So we'll go that way. We'll go, well, we'll worry about it in a minute. So the actually we'll have a new, let's have a new orientation. Just forgive me a minute. Just getting this, that's going up and down. Ooh, that's knackered. So we're going to go up and down this way. I'm going to go short and long. Okay, so that will be both on, bottom on. So top is going to be neck facing in that direction. Neck at the top. Right, so what did I just say? Is it that way? Yeah. So that's going to be orientated like so. And we say that's going to be neck, and that's going to be bridge, and that's going to be output. That's going to be ground. Okay, so the output, that's really cool. Now I'm just going to put it down again because that don't make no sense. Right, so output from the, this is the bridge volume, comes out from here, output to the bridge, output from the bridge, yes. Okay, then we've got another link across here like that, and then we've got output from the middle pickup goes to the middle of, the bridge pickup goes to the middle here, and the output goes to the switch, right, and the output goes to the switch. The middle pickup links across to the bridge, middle one jumps across to the middle of this one, and the capacitor in these cases are hanging off that one, and 3 is cancelled, or 1, whichever it's called, and the capacitor comes off there, off there, off there, and off there. So join there, that's grounded. Now we have an output, we have a ground output. Now each of these carries a ground as it happens, which we're going to continue with that. So that's a ground, and that goes out to the earth there, and this one comes and joins the thing there. That becomes a thicker cable, it draws it in physically. This one becomes a thicker cable there, draws it in physically, and that one goes round to there, and that goes to ground. That's the second one, and then there's the output one, which we know comes back to the jack. And in this case, that's snaking all the way back to here. Now, I'm just thinking of something here. We've got that connected to that one, that grounded to that one. Are we all grounded? So that grounds to the switch. That is grounded to the jack. Where's the ground? The jack is the input, right? So that comes up there and is grounded. These two then become grounded. Those have become grounded. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So the output comes across. Let's go. Where does the output go? Let's go. The output comes out of there, goes round there, and we'll make it into the double thing there, and that basically comes all the way down, as we know, to our hot and our ground. Okay, that explains the wiring schema of that. And the good thing about doing that for me is that I get to talk my way through it, so I know what's what. Pardon me drinking. It's a very hot day. What I'll do as well is I'll also join these up, because what we get is a pair of wires in each of these cases. So I'm sort of just expanding that. Okay, and what I could do, just for my ease of something, is if I get get me a colour just to show me the sort of the insulated wires, how they work. And then everything splits into individual things from there. Great. Right. So I can just pretty much change everything out. The only thing I might need to extend, I don't know, is this one's a little bit tight across here. But let's first of all put that over there where I can refer to it. Let's get our victim down here, and let's begin at this end. This switch does feel like it's had its day. So let's try and get it undone first of all. Oh. So out it comes. Here's our 3 bits and bobs. Now, what I can do is I'll desolder these if I can now locate my soldering iron. And when I desolder them, I can then reallocate them to the right places. Power on. Solder thingy, solder socket passably, and wire hanging around if we need it. Okay, so yeah, probably some helping hands could be helpful and handy if I can get them. Thank you. Right. So I guess what we're going to end up with is, what did we say in the diagram? It's going to sit this way, it's going to go that way, and it's going to, right. I did say that it would be smart to take this opportunity to shield off this thing, because we need it to be good. So let's take these. Let's take everything off. That's brave. But frankly, we're not far off that place anyway, so in case we are unsure which is which, running out of space as you can see, we can always stick an N and a B in here in case we didn't know. There's no harm in doing that. Better safe than sorry. Although the thank you. The length of the wire should be the best giveaway. So I inherited some nice copper insulation tape which I can use for this. So these are the two pickups. Let's now undo. Let's mark these as well so I know what I'm doing. So we've got, what did we say? That's bridge. So bridge, volume, neck, tone, bridge, tone. Just in case I mix them up and I get confused. But I could, having sort of copied the wiring, I could remake it from scratch if I so wished with new wire. The convenience of these 2 core wires, or probably technically 3 core, is just that it keeps it tidy. I've got similar stuff actually, which I usually use as the wire going to the jack sockets. I'm not sure I've got them quite as long as these though, so it's good to reuse these. There's nothing wrong with this wiring. Okay, so that's good. We can get all of this out and then strip things off one by one when the time is right. So a little pile of bits over there, pile of bits over here, move that out of the way, and then we've got some okay, a bit grimy on there. Let's just do a little bit of clean under those pots. Many years of grime just being lifted off there. Make sure I know which bottle to drink out of. Okay, so I'm going to get the tape, this stuff. Yeah, very kindly donated. I think that was an Adam donation. It's always handy to have. Now this this stuff here is kind of interesting because I can do it with probably two pieces, and I have to make sure the overlaps. It's quite difficult. So, and that may have to do some sort of folding of the paper and so on, because what happens is this stuff isn't guaranteed. I don't think it's guaranteed. I mean, it's not. It's quite expensive. But I don't think it's necessarily guaranteed to have conductive glue. It's a nice idea. The problem with this, as you can see, this is quite fairly unmanageable big pile of stuff. So I think if I can go to, what I don't know is where it's going to run out down here, unless I can grab the end of it and keep it from curling up again. And there you go. So I want a single, two, or if I can, 2 pieces. Right. Well, it's decided it's going to stick down there, which is cool. So I've covered quite a lot in one go, which ain't so bad. Now, there is a lot of spare material, and that's cool to think about just reusing it, except I've wasted that bit there. But if we place it down, the question is, how do we ensure that it has continuity? Well, one of the ways you can sort of hope to do it is fold it over a little bit, whichever way is going to be the way you do it. So if I can fold this bit over here, that's not a brilliant example of covering much space, but if I fold it over there, then I've got hopefully a connection between that bit, and that's critical because otherwise it won't be a continuous shield all the way. So in order to get the best effect, you want to make sure that it does touch. Now some of it's too fiddly little bits to use really, so I will just lose those, but some of the larger bits are worth salvaging if I can, like this, except I'm tearing them up as I go because the blade is a little bit uncooperative. And then again we come over here, we do if we can keep it working, we can do a bit of a fold over, not that way, this way. You can see it's going to take a while to actually get there at this rate because the fold over is you know, it wastes a fair bit, but at least I'm using sort of leftover stuff rather than going to the new clean stuff. So we'll get there, and then it may be that you need to tape down on top of the folded over bits that you've, or put some more of this on top just to keep them flat. So for example, where there's a bit holding up there, if I cover that over now, that's keeping my contact tidy but also keeping it flat, which isn't a bad thing to do. So it's just thinking all the way through about an overlap on bits that new bits you're putting on to ensure that continuity of electrical signal, which is necessary. So at the moment I'm just going to hold off that. I'm not going to put any more little bits on until I reassess what I'm going to need to finish, and perhaps start with clean stuff rather than grizzled stuff. Now if I know that I've already made a contact between two pieces and I've got a bit of a floating bit there, I can always tack it down like that. That doesn't hurt at all because I know that the basic pieces are joined. Sorry, this is way off camera view. I'm having to do this sort of standing up out of the way of the piece. So getting most of it covered, and then tidy up around here. Okay. Trim. Right. So I've got a couple of spare bits here. These bits, they're not really critical, so I'm just going to put copper tape over them, but I'm making sure that the larger bits in the whole of this deal are continuous, so that we've got the majority of this is acting as a shield. So again, I'm going to fold over this last bit. Whilst hopefully preventing it from rolling over. So contact bit, sticky bit, and then we will just tack it down with the surplus. It's like when I do the painted stuff, the conductive paint in the cavities, which you'll see in a minute. The great thing about that is it doesn't really matter if you, once you put that in and grounded it, you can basically paint or spray over it or whatever. It's not really, it doesn't matter that you can't see it. It will still act as the shield that you need it to be, which is great. So often you end up with it being buried under spray paint further down the line or some other finish. As long as there's a cage or a shield underlying all of it, you'll get the effect of the grounding. Okay, so these little bits may not be electrically continuous, but the main chunks are, and they're all joined, so this is just sort of cosmetic, these last little bits here, but the main section is all connected up. And that's what you've got to be careful to do. Even if it says I think even if it says your glue is conductive glue on this tape, unless you feel confident and you want to actually go and get your meter out and test the continuity of this glue and prove it to be true, I sort of prefer to distrust it, because it just seems like a lot more time consuming process to make the stuff electrically continuous in the glue than to just use regular glue. Now my back is now hurting. Old man, take a look at yourself. Right, so that's not bad. I've got the most of it done. A little bit of tidy up going on here. Right. And then we'll need to poke some holes as we go. But let's go back to where we were. The switch. And we had it. If we can reconsult our diagram, please. Thank you. And we had it facing upwards. Oh, let's have a little bit more to... Actually, we don't need to tie this down. It'll be fine. There we are. Pushes through some tape, which we can throw away. Now with this, it doesn't need to be so far through, so let's use one of these nuts to keep it spaced out a bit further. Let's see if that's too much. Yeah, probably. Okay. Okay, well, let's leave it as it is, and then let's get the washer and nut on. Now, the important thing about this, of course, is that it's all very well planning to do this, but if this doesn't fit into the hole, then we're wasting our time, or the cavity, I should say. So, let me we'll get it just tightened up. But as I say, it's vital that it goes in the cavity first consideration. So I'm just off camera, I'm just dropping that down. Of course, it doesn't want to go that way, it wants to go the other way. So we may have to concede defeat a little bit and let it go in the up and down, side to side direction, which isn't unusual for this style of guitar. I think that's where the original, could be where the original direction pointed. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Now let's see if this one fits. Okay. We don't want it slamming up into the wall, so the question is how much clearance is there when we get this. Should be enough. What I'll do is, once I've done the shielding on the inside of the body, I will also put some tape in there to make sure that it doesn't ground out on these bits here, and we can spread those a bit further apart to be on the safe side. Okay, so that's that one done. What I could now want to do is put the pickups back in. Let's poke the holes through here. Not those, these. Let's find something to poke the holes through with. I'd forgotten I need to order some small vintage style screws. These are pretty worn out, so I wanted some new ones, but I didn't get them ordered. Sorry, it's not a scintillating view. It's quite difficult just doing this and thinking about the view at the same time. As Let's see if we can get this to behave and screw in place. Well, not backwards, it won't. Jolly good. That one. I always find this whole business of attaching pickups is really old-fashioned-y. I mean, old technology, I should say. Okay. And this one, short one, top heavy. I'm doing here is just making sure that the cables, the wires from the pickup comes out the same side in each case, so we know we've got the right way up. Okay, I'm along. Okay, next I will poke through some holes here and we'll install the new pots. Here we have them. CMI Tele. So what are these? B's and A's? A's. So typically A's are used as volumes. The audio taper is used for the volume. And the linear, or the B's, are used for the tone. People have different sort of takes on that. Some people prefer it or do it the other way around. There's no right or wrong way. Now, I think what I'll also need here is I'll need some spacers of some kind, because will these work, or they're too small? Too small. Will these work? Probably too small. Too small. Okay, I need to get some spare nuts. Yeah, so some people like to have views that it's the other way round and do it the other way round, but the audio taper, washers, nuts, anybody? Audio taper is supposed to give a non-linear opening up of the volume in a way that supposedly sounds more realistic for the human ear, or more suited to the way human ear hears sound. I mean, you know, do I know that's true or meaningful or credible? Maybe even, I don't know, but that's what some people like to do. Okay, these just about fit on, and that's it. That will do me for the height. Yeah, so audio taper is used commonly for the volumes and linear for the tone. But you know, as with any of these things, there can be an enormous amount of varying opinion, which can get quite heated. And some people, you know, swear blind it's one way, and others will swear blind it's the other way, and you can find yourself quickly embroiled in a fairly unpleasant set of arguments, more than you really want to. But so I would stick with the. I've never heard an argument for using the logarithmic or the audio taper or logarithmic taper. Never heard an argument for using that on the tone pots. So let's imagine that if we do use it, we restrict it to the volume. Now the concern, or the thing I've got to watch out for here in a minute, is that these fit inside the shape. I think they do. I don't think there'd be any problem with that. What I'm just also looking out for now is how high these sit on. That's not too bad. It's better than before where there was no space under them, which was let you get your hands under to take them off. Here are the Bs. They're both 500Ks. Just cutting off these little locator tabs that typically come into use when they're used in a Strat or a Tele. Well, actually any kind of pick guard like this, but there aren't holes in this one, so it doesn't really benefit. So here are the tones eventually. They're covered in a slight waxiness, which or maybe an oily finish or something. It's quite interesting, the feel. Actually quite hard. And they are alpha pots, I have to say. I can't remember now which supplier I got them from. I've got one more to put on. Okay. Finally. I'm looking at this and it sort of ideally wants a bit more support under here because they're quite tall. Maybe, that's what I feel. I could do a little bit, but I quite like having enough room to get the fingers under to do the thing. Anyway, let's not worry about that for the time being. So let's go back, let's chuck our rubbish out of the way. Let us pick out, if we were going to add some more, let us take a few more of these crimp washer things. No, spidery washers. I don't know what they're called, but let's take a few more of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we'd have a couple more on each one if we needed it. Just being prepared. Put that out the way there. It's a long and fiddly thing. This is normally why it's good, very good to do this off camera, because you end up talking to yourself an awful lot and a lot of fiddling and faffing about. Okay, so we now have the business here and we can track each thing as we come to it, but let us, rather than I don't know how the view is right now, let's see if we can just undo these things as neatly as possible. This soldering iron may not quite get hot enough to release this big blob here. It's not done it very well before. It's melting it, but struggling because the heat's being dissipated on the switch. So really, I'm going to need the help of the supersonic, cheap and nasty thermonuclear device known as the Draper. The Draper. Release the Draper. Yeah, well, that's what we're going to do. I mean, it's possible I could just cut these and strip them back a tiny bit more. Probably for speed it might be a good idea. We're still going to need the Draper for reattaching to the ground point of the switch. The reason why the switch gets grounded is I'm not convinced it needs it for any sort of safety reason, but I think the reason it gets grounded is because it's a convenient way of taking a common earth back to the middle here. So because these grounds come up from, let's say for example if we go with this one, this is the what's the bridge volume. Okay, so we know which is the bridge. It's the one out here. Going to go bridge there, but we need a bit more ground if we're going to loop it into there. So let's take it back a bit if we can. And we'll do this for each of them. If we can. Come along. Right. So we know this is the bridge volume, so that means this is the output from the bridge that goes, and I'm hoping is to there and then round to there. Okay, so that's about the right sort of strip back amount, and we know it's bridge, so that's good. Now we get the other one here, which is neck volume, and it's doing the same. Yep. And we'll do the same, strip that one back, and we'll join them up a little bit together, the grounds. If I can actually strip this back adequately. So I was very lucky today to have a little bit of hammock time. Had the humidity been right, I would have been up here getting on with spray jobs, but the humidity is still hanging in the too humid department at the moment, so it wasn't any good. So I held off, much as I'm sort of tempted to get going. I sort of held off because I know that by Friday it's going to be reasonable, so it should be down into the 50s on Friday, and possibly a little bit less indoors here because it seems to hold it lower a little bit here. But to give it the best chance of being a good finish, I ought to wait till then. The interesting thing for me, now this is, by the way, I know this is the output one, so I'm joining neck, which I'm going to do a little thing here. I'm going to mark the neck with a tiny black blob, only the neck one. So the neck one gets marked. The middle one here is the output, and this one here is the bridge. And I'm going to join these three together, like this. Now this is where I need the that massive heat source, so we know, this is where we get confused if I'm not careful. Neck is the single one. Bridge is this one. I better put 2 on there. Bridge is 2. And the middle one with nothing on it is the output from the switch. Right. So, what we want is the clean ends of this. So we've got to make sure we can reach everything. Yep. Let's put this on here. Let's get some solder onto this common ground. Let's get that out of the way. Thank you. Now how we get this onto the back of the switch isn't so important as actually getting it onto it. So if all else fails, we may end up just putting getting as much solder onto that lug on the switch as possible, and just making sure this gets hooked up to it. You can see this is struggling to get enough heat into that triple coil of copper. Okay, so one is the neck, 2 is the bridge, and the other one is out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by cutting this to if I can, cut this to a point of some sort. We don't need too much, we just need to get it into there. Now the question is, can we hold that off for a second, but with the super duper boiling hot O-matic thing, can we get enough heat into this to get some solder onto it? so we'll try. What I might do is I might tie down these wires when we get there, so that they don't they aren't loose around the scratch plate. Okay, so now I'm trying to get a ton of heat into this little lug, which feels like it's got some in there. And then the next bit that we really want to get done is we want to get heat, soften this up again if we can, and get this piece of wire through it, and it just doesn't want to go. Would you believe it? It's kind of protesting. I mean, it'll hold it there. It's actually on. So I think I might call that done for a minute, and we'll work with what we've got here. So we said neck is the first one, the first mark, and it comes around here to there. So that's our neck, which we can bend back a little bit, and this will be, do this one with the finer soldering iron, with its stupid cable getting in the way, as you can see. Okay, do up. I want to load it nice and plentiful so it doesn't go anywhere. We've got the output, which is here, so let's drop that across these two if we can bend it into place. Yep, that's that one. Good. I'll just tidy up any leftover bits here that's sticking out, which we don't need. And then we have the bridge here, and we can double check that. So that's the bridge down to here, down to the bridge. Okay, so that's output from the bridge. And we know that the output on these is coming from the first lug rather than more traditionally from the middle, which is what I would be used to. So this has done its usual thing of slipping through, melting and going through. Damn it. Okay, so there's our configuration, and now we can sort of gently put those back there. So these will come round here. I can't remember what the shape is, so they come down in this diagonal across the pickup here, like that, round the side into a sort of downward trend like that, for which we can grab hold of a couple of these little things. So, get them in there. Come on now, don't mess me about. You ever have those days where your fingers feel like going to be sausages, useless sausages? Okay, so that's coming down the gap, through the gap, across the pickup, diagonally through the gap, across the pickup, and then down here. So now we've got the jack one there, we've got these to do. Now I'm going to bring these sort of back up into a bit more visibility. Hope you can see a bit better. He said, trying a different angle. Can't even see inside of the glare of the sun. I can't see what you can see. Yeah, sort of. Something like that. Right. So you can see it's not quick, this wiring game. So we've got that there. That's cool. This comes out of the side of this and comes down, right down the side, so that has to sort of come down here like that. So another one of these just for now will be handy, just to hold them sort of together. I think there'll be a bit of sort of poking and prodding to get these into place, but I think it might help for now. Okay. So now we come to these little bits. Now let's have a look. Are we, if we want to, we can write things on here. So we can go PV, NV, NV, NT, BT, so we know what's what. So we can have a look and see what lines up to what. So we know we have got the pickup. Right, let's turn it around. So bridge volume out, that's the output. That's the output going all the way up to the switch, if I can keep my hands on it. Now I'm going to try and get this off with the superheated thingy, but the gripping thingy is a bit of a thingy. But let's see if we can do it. We don't mind too much melting the pot here a little bit. There you go. Thank you. Tiny little touch here. Pow! That's some heat. Okay, so we know that this is the what the hell was this? Yeah, this was the output. Okay, so we can put that one in there, and that came from the one socket. Or we can put a bit of solder on here, and we'll put it on top. Why does it do that? Stay. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to press this one on there, like this. Not the most prettiest thing in the world. I need a... Where's that gone? No, no, no. Right, now I've lost me blue one. Here it is. These pots seem to be a bit solder resistant, which is a bit odd, but there we are. Okay, so here's the this is bridge volume. Okay, so I'm just doing, what am I doing? Bridge volume. Bridge volume. No. See, I've done this wrong, haven't I? I've just taken off the neck volume. Silly boy. Right, let's get some heat into here, see if I can just put some solder on here successfully. This is very odd. I'm not succeeding. I don't know why this isn't working for me. What I have found in the past is if you do a bit of scratching, it does fix it there easier. Not necessarily the right way to do it. I know people have various opinions on this, but right now I can't be bothered to struggle for a long time to get contact on here with solder. Right, let's keep sanity. Here we go. So, we know that this is neck volume. We've just taken it off, so that goes there. Okay, neck volume. else out of the way. The finer one. This is the output, isn't it? Yes, the output. The output. The output. The output. The output. The output. Okay, neck volume, and then we go across to neck tone with this little arrangement here, which we can pull apart with the, hopefully, with the superheat. Pow, like that. Like that. So that's the neck tone, and that goes into middle and top. Middle and top, for which we need a bit of scratching. Middle and top. Middle and top, middle and top. Yes, middle and top. So this one was middle and top. Middle in. Top. The problem is I'm not holding this with anything to keep it pressed down, so it's not really sticking properly. Right, there we go. Okay, that's that one and that one. Actually, you know what? That's not good. That's no good at all. Idiot. Sorry. That's junk. I'm starting to think I wish I had started with new wires. Would have made my job easier. And that's not the wire's fault, it's as much my fault as anything. I've been careless and I'm doing things too close to things. Right, so this is why it doesn't make good TV. Okay, you can sit and watch this and marvel at how crap I am at it as much as you like, but it doesn't help us very much. It's not very edifying. Okay. Let's just get these loaded up a little bit. This is steel braiding, not copper. So even a simple thing like replacing these wires is a long drawn out affair. So what I'm realizing is that I need to hold these away from the damn plastic PVC covered wire so we don't get them to melt it. That's far enough away. And then we have to push this back through. Oh, like, ah yeah, son of a gun. That's what we used to say as kids. Ah yeah. See all of these things all interfere with each other. Look, tangled, tangled, dangled. Right. So now I want this to stick through a bit further. come on. You can do it. You can do it. Thank you. Okay. So that's that. So the neck tone now needs to come off. So the neck tone comes off the middle, which is also where this one comes from. Right. Okay. And that one goes to there. Right. It's all one little mass of goodness. Okay. So these two share a home, which is the middle of that one. Okay, so these two share a middle home, middle of that one, and they share a grounding too. Well, I can pull them apart a minute and extend them a little bit. They share the middle and they share the ground, common earth. Okay, this one connects with that one. Such a long-winded thing to do. See, wiring is never a good spectator sport, I can promise you. Okay. That wasn't very good. That's broken the globule of solder off the end. Okay, so now that's got to get in there just about. But it's got to join this one in the, do it in the company of this one, which is probably just about doable if I can hold them together long enough. Let's put some solder on that, give it a chance. Great big PVC flopping cable going everywhere. That one, and then we need this one to connect together as well, and hopefully if we tie it to the end, but hopefully a bit further away from the hot wires. And that's to the middle, this is to the top. Let's get a little bit of scratching in the suitable place around there. So we need to ground that as well. So this is going to go to there like that. That doesn't feel very good at all. So this is hot pickup, hot from the pickup I should say. So that's going to come to there like that and hold it in place. Right, gotcha. Just what is wrong with these? What is wrong with my soldering? This just doesn't want to do it. I kind of wish I'd started again with complete fresh wires for everything. Probably makes things a little bit easier. Through here, through the middle, please. I cannot get this to do it. This is ridiculous. It is not behaving. Okay. I think what I'm struggling with here is not enough, basically not enough wire. I've made this impossible for myself. It's not enough wire coming from the pickup, so I would be in a better position if I could extend this a little bit. I mean, I go to there, I can go to that side, probably get it to hold on. I can't get this bit down there. Stay. Okay. That does. It's a little bit on the tighter side, but hey. Push this in here a bit. And push and pull that through there a bit. That will work. Not ideal, but it saves adding an extra chunk right in the middle of nowhere. There to there, there to there, that's good. That one's not got anything on it. This one needs a piece of wire. Spare piece of wire from somewhere, please. Spare wire. I need a bit of pushback wire or something. It's typical, there's never a bit around when you are looking for one. This would be some, but it's braided, so that's not ideal. What's this? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Aha. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Right. Just sorting me out the grounding off that one, and same on the other side. To ground the pot. In this case, a bit of sanding on there, please. In this case, a bit of sanding on the front there, please. And a bit of sanding on there, and a bit of sanding on there will help. Right, which starts off with a bit of solder on here. Over the top. Oh, maybe not. There. Pull that up, take it away. Solder the front bit. Start by pulling it up so it's not dangling where we don't want it. There we are. That's that bit done. So that's there, that's back out to the thingy. Send it around there for fun. Trying to keep the wires as tidy as possible. Okay, so now we've got these. We'll worry about the capacitors in a minute. That's out of the way. That's out of the way. Filthy goo. Let's take this one off the top of here with the super heater. Pow. So that is the middle of the tone, bridge tone, middle of the bridge tone. There we go. There we go. I'm not going to make the mistake of cutting any of this short again. I'm going to go with what I've got. Middle of the bridge tone, please. Middle end of the tone. Let's do this end as well. Mutter, mutter, mutter. I bet the camera will conk soon because it will say you haven't deleted all your previously deleted things. Let's have a look. Is it still going? Well, it's still going. It's really good. Okay, so in this case, we go bridge, tone. We need some solder on here. Well, that was something. Let's load up this if we can with a bit of solder. PVC cable, I hate you. There we go. A bit of loading there helps somewhat. Now this was always going to be a short beastie. Can we get to it? Whew. That's very, very struggling. We shall see. Let's get this down on here first. Let's put this through here. Bridge in the middle. That's the... Ah, wait a minute. Well, I just took off. Bridge volume. This is bridge volume, right? Bridge volume. Bridge volume. Ah, yes. Bridge volume. I'm confused now. I have to think out loud. What have we got here? We have got bridge volume. We have this shares the middle out, and it goes out to bridge tone in the middle. Out to bridge tone in the middle. I sort of knew that, didn't I? Bridge tone in the middle. Yes. Why am I confusing myself? God. Right, so I'm going to start by melting this. Oh, crying out loud! How can this be so useless? Time for a new soldering station and a new pair of hands and brain. What I never quite like about this is when you get ready to solder something. I hate it when the plastic or the PVC pushes through because it won't hold off, and it wants to poke through because of the sponginess or the bendiness of it, and you just want the metal going through the wire, not the plastic. You don't want to melt all your way up the plastic, please. That'll do. Okay, so that's the bridge tone. Now this one, we'll take these lot off. So these this one, let's do the outy one, shall we? This is the output to the switch. There we go. Output to the switch. Output to the switch. Let's have a look. And we know the output to the switch is the far left. So we need a bit of solder loaded on here. Yeah, I won't make the mistake of trimming these back, otherwise I will be fighting for, or needing to double up wires or extend them, which I can really do without. Okay, so this little one is going to go here and here, like so, and like so, like so-ish. Why is that hooked around there? And in you go there, and on you go there. And that's there. Totally good. And move to this one here with the smaller one. So that's the output to the switch. Lovely. Output to the switch. Delicious. Now all we've got really is the jumper across, which these things all go together. These two go to the middle together. So let's unhook this if we can. Very good. And let's unhook this pairing as well. Like that. And we know that they go to the middle together. So last time I think I foolishly tried to extend them so I could twist them together very cleverly and all of that. I think this one needs a little bit of extension. Going to make the same mistake? I don't think so. Well, this is, as always, I always budget for a certain amount of time when it comes to doing wiring, and I'm always completely miles off the mark. That's my fault. I need to get more realistic about it. Okay, so this is my jumper. This is my, that can go to there. So I want some solder on there to help. I'm going to sort of treat these separately. I'm not going to attempt to wire them to bind them together, these pairs of things, because I have to add more wire if I do that. So we're going to put these sort of together. That one's turning for some reason. Right. So I'm also going to now just do a little bit more scraping, so I got me a bigger patch to work with, and I probably, ow, that hurt, probably would be just as well to fit that one to that existing blob, like so. And hold these two down together. Don't go anywhere, please, don't go anywhere. Will do. That's one. Then I'm going to hold this one down to here, but it's a stretch. That's as far as I can stretch it, so you better work. Okay, so now I've got the these two to fit through this middle one, and I'm still short of one ground, which I'll do in a minute. These things have got pretty hot by now. So let's bring this through, back through here. Okay, we need to add this one to here as well. So that one's in the way. Those two together, trim, then we've now got to get this one in place. So that's kind of tight like it always was, but it's not too bad. There's that one there, which we can not do like that because it's just dropped off. Stay there, please. Once you get it held at one end of the deal, you can do stuff, but it's when both ends are moving that it's a pain. There we go. So a little bit more solder on this end. Get these wires out of the way. Also can't get this under there very well. Hold these down, please. Thank you. Okay. Now, that's them, that's them, that's them. Here's my output to my jack. That's done. Now we need the capacitors on. Now what are we working with here? We said we were working with very filthy old 047K50. 047 capacitor 047. We got some very large looking beasties here. Have we got room for them in this space? What's that space like? It's a big empty space. We could probably stick them in there. Things out of the way. That can be out of the way. That can be out of the way. That can be out of the way. That's nicely out of the way. It can be tucked a bit out of the way too. So if we were going, what's the outside lug to outside to ground? Doesn't matter which way in it goes. There, there, to ground. These are 47s, aren't they? Yeah. They're sort of Chinese orange drop things. They ain't the most astonishing things in the world, but then again, they do the job because they are what they say they are, which is 047 micro nanofarady things. There's that one there. I'm guessing I could fit the other one in. 47. Stick that one there, put it around to there. Similar. hook. Crying out loud, this capturing the wires, hooking the wires up on everything is just enough to drive a chap balmy. Right, both of those attached at one end, trim them back, nice and tidy, trim them back, nice and tidy, and attach at the other end. For which I will also make sure there is a little bit of scratchiness there and there. Nice scraping on there. Okay. One. So you can see how many moons it's taken to get this done. That's Kevin down below working on his Land Rover. There we go. So that is nearly everything except for the jack socket, which we have here somewhere, which is a decent thing, but it's got what I would say is too many things going on. So that one is for the ground and that one is for the hot. Well, that's a nice design. I like that. I'm going to reuse it. But let's first of all unhook the existing connections. And there's some solder to clean up. There's a gap there, that's good. The eye is clear. Throwing out that trapped bit of solder, that's good too. And that one's clear too. No, it's not. I'll get that one done. Come on. Come on, heat up. If you can't touch this thing in the right place, you can't get the heat into it. It's just the way it is. Nope. Why? Why? I mean, seriously. Now I'm not got my thing ready. Damn it. Yeah, just about. Right, let's strip this back. Suppose we'll put this through. Let's put this through first. We really ought to do the old-fashioned trick of testing before we do anything else, because if I left something off or got something wrong, we'll be very sorry. So I will make the effort of testing using some of those testing clips, wires, test wires, if you get what I mean. So, earth. Hot. Such a fine wire, and these really. Right, excuse me. Let's get some test wires quickly. I see. Is that good? That's good. Let's get the amp. Let's get a test. Long, tangled test lead. One end in there. One end on here. Let's have the business end. Of course, the wire then wants to fall over everywhere. I'm too worried about that for a minute. How can you get that so wrong? That's ridiculous. It's back to front. I can't quite believe it. I have to change those over. Right. Up to there, the back of there, up there. Let's, whoops, while we're here, let's swap these over. How did I manage to do that? That's a piece of classic stupidness. Amazing. First of all, get this the right way around would be good. One. Come on. Sorry about the buzzing noise. Never a good idea to solder while you're... Okay, this is absolutely not playing ball, especially with the sound of the soldering, the noise going off. How does this get so difficult? Probably not helped by having the damn thing making a noise there. That really doesn't help. So let's create a gap here so we can clean this out and start again properly, like that. Right. Fine, that's that bit. Let's come back to here with my dangling wires. Wow, is that microphonic or is it my imagination? Okay, so bridge neck. volume. Volume up. Tone up. Right, let's try switching that off. Righty ho. I'm just going to check a few things through before we even try to put this. Well, am I going to put it back in? I will put it back in. I want to see if it fits. That's my first question. That's ground, that's fine. That's hot, that's fine. That's ground, is that coming close to the hot wire? That's ground, that's ground. That's ground, that's ground. That's ground, that's hot, ground. Is there a connection there? I think so. Those are free, that's hot ground, round to there, nothing in the way. Right, I'm going to try, ow, that hurt. I'm going to have a look and see if these fit in comfortably, first of all. Don't you just love it when you have to try and wangle things into place? Okay, that doesn't want to do it. That doesn't want to do it. That sort of does, does. So these are now sitting too wide, fractionally too wide, I think. And that's going to stick on there, so that doesn't want to go there. That doesn't want to go around there. Oh, lordy. So, nowhere near as straightforward as it wants you to believe. So that doesn't like going around there for a start, because it doesn't like going around the outside, nor does that. So that can't go around the outside either. So that can go around the inside here. Get stuck under there somewhere. Let's try again. But we're tightly fitted with these larger pots, that's for sure. And this switch is a bit too close to the wall for my liking. Sorry, you can't see anything. I'm trying vainly to get this all to fit in. That is just about, yeah, just about fitting. Okay, I'm going to connect this up, because if this isn't right and it's not working, then I have to give up and go and cry. Where is the hole? That's the only slight problem when you do what I've just done, which is cover up the holes with copper, so you can't actually see where the original screws go in. Yeah, that's good. No, still need to replace these screws, but for now they can just go there. you, thank you. So I will hook up the thing. This is sitting a fraction high. It's not a wire. I think that's going to sit down right in ultimately. Let me just hook up this thingy, and we'll just have a listen to it in place as a jack socket rather than little test wires sticking out. Okay, so the middle part, the ground part, is going to be this little one here. Ground, and the outer one is for the live one, tip. Okay, ground one there. Hang on to that. Okay. And then this very fine wire out, if I can, out through here. Getting it round there and bending it out could be anyone's guess. Maybe just, yes. Stay there. I think I'll need some different screws for this jack socket. These little ones it came with are not strong enough anymore. So, I think what I'll do is I think I've got some here. I did have some. No, black pickup ring screws. May be just enough. Exactly enough. I've got quite a lot of surplus wire here, so I'm going to have to sort of push it in, hope that it's happy with that. Now we have that's not the right way round. Do it this way up. Problem with, right, you've got a problem here. This is in danger of grounding out. Right, first of all, let's just redo this. There's too much wire. Sorry, I'm just wasting my time and yours here, stupidly. And the problem is when you've got too much wire like this, you just end up in a situation it's easy to ground out, and it's just wasting time. So back to clearing the things again. This soldering iron is just about lost the will to live, so it really does need retiring. Well, as always, this has gone on far longer than I wanted it to, and I'm not, at this moment in time, judging by what it sounded like a minute ago, I'm not 100% convinced it's going to be right. I hope it will. But there was a bit too much hum for my liking. shall see. Sometimes it can be the kind of connection of the test wires that can be noisier than anything, but we shall see. And frankly, if it isn't right, then I have to pretty much stop tonight anyway. So I'm going to make sure that of all the things, this ground wire goes in as far as it can go and no further, because what we don't want is, see, I can't do this, we don't want any chance of it touching out on anything. So the ground wire is this one, and we want it to come from the hot over to the ground. I can't even get it through the bloody hole. Oh, come on, this is infuriating now. Right, through there. Thank you. And through there. So we've got the two things in place. Now we want to get them a little bit closer up like that. That's fine. And you can't see it very well, but right now, as long as I can get it done, that's what I'm caring about. Okay, that's that bit done. Turn it over, snip it clean, trim it back, or I should say. Yeah, the problem is, if we do the shielding in here, I'm going to have to pull this out, and we've not put the bridge ground in yet. That's the other thing. But if we just get this hooked up, and I want to do the shielding, I've got to sort of prop this out of the way to do the shielding. That should be okay. That's a pretty lousy bit of soldering. I can't really see what's going on. Thank you. My, oh my. This is just terrible. It's really not helping me. Thank you. Okay. Much shorter wire. Although it's funny that there's not a lot of room to pull it back in through there. I can try. But it's got a bit of a right angle going on down there, and I can't really get into it very well. Come on, sucker. Let's try that. Damn. Yeah, see, we're very close to the edge here in terms of touching out on any shielding, so we're going to have to be very careful about insulating that, or it may be that it's sort of demanding some new routing, which I really don't want to be doing. That must be melted by now. Where's that gone? Okay, nice and snug. Right, let's have a listen. this is, you can see that this is, it's too snug, it's touching out on something. And it may well even be, it wouldn't surprise me at all if it was the cavity up here. And that's the problem, fitting a new kind of switch to cavity. I didn't want to buy one of the box switches, but in some ways it may be that I should have done. I'm just going to try and see now if there's any way I can this has already been chiseled out by somebody for the exact same reason. Yeah, for the same reason. It's had this kind of switch in it before. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to have to get the Dremel on it and widen it out a bit. And I'm going to have to make sure that when I put shielding in here, everything is covered off. I just think I'm going to have to chisel this out a bit more. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'll do it off camera so it doesn't bore you, me, and everyone else. I'll put a little bit of this around here. So tip it up that way. That's probably safe, but I will cut a bit extra off there as well. It's all under cover, so that's not a problem. So if we get a pencil, so what we want is the sideways width should be alright. There's nothing really getting in the way. And then we have the thing here that probably it comes around to there. And probably a bit further off there like that. So that's looks sort of what that needs. Okay. Oh yes, Kevin's thing's there. Right. So that's what I got to do. So let's stop this because it's going on far too long. See you later. Blimey. Right. Just a quick thing here. Right. Done. Yeah, this is has been a tricky one because, frankly, let me just get my bits and pieces. What am I looking for? Screwdriver head. Yeah. Yeah, this thing was touching out for some reason or other. Maybe the larger pots or something was doing it. But anyway, it's now sorted. So I'm just going to give it a quick rub down because it's got a bit dirty, well, a bit fingerprinty along the way. So it's a grubby old thing, scratch plate anyway. About to lose the last. That's annoying. That's the bridge wire. It's just disappeared down there. It's not any good. That's where I want it. Sit on there, please. Right. So yeah, I got a fair bit of shielding paint onto everything I was handling just then, because that's what happens as soon as you shield it and you start putting it back together again. Everything goes everywhere. So I'm just going to put this on here. I've got 5 of these here screws. I'm going to put them back into place. Yeah, it's always a difficult thing when you add in larger pots and then also a different switch. So everything was trying to ground out on everything. So I've managed to shield it off with some tape under there. But yeah, it's a tricky thing unless you're starting from scratch and you're kind of pulling it all apart. These look like wood screws, and they're not even probably the original bridge screws. But who knows? They hold it there, and that's the main thing. Okay, so that's grabbing down on top of the bridge thingy, the bridge ground. So, after all of that, I can keep this clean. I've got to order these little screws, which I'll go home and do now because I forgot about them the other day. Get the saddle's a bit of a clean off, but right. So let's just demonstrate the workingness of this. Well, as always, basically got nothing else done but this. Neck pickup. Bridge. Okay, so a little bit difficult because of the original routing in there, but that's fine. At least I've got that bit out of the way. And when it comes to the saddles, there's not really a lot we can do to clean them up. They sort of are as they are. Let's get the first three and the second three. Yeah, I mean they're kind of grim and filthy. First three, second three. Can't really do anything for them. Let's have a look. I mean, I'd like to clean the grime off them if possible. That's always a wish. These scrub screws have had it. I think we need to replace these. I don't think there's any value to be had on sticking around with these old ones over here. Sorry, it's been the worst filming night of history. I don't know if you can see, but these are absolutely clogged up. So I'm not even convinced they would function properly. So I would recommend some new ones, 10.5 millimeters ones, and I reckon you might as well have brass. 20 quid. I mean, we could probably find a set of spares here for nothing. Let's have a look. What's this top? No, that's a through mounting. See, I can't put Wilkinsons on because they're too modern. Sorry. I mean, this is as good as you'll get, really, for similar. God, they got grub screws in there are grotty as well. But I bet they work, whereas these don't. Let's have a look. Give me the thing. Oh. Why isn't the thing where you need it? let's start off by having a feel of, oh no, those are dead. So that's no good at all. These, I managed to pick the only US sized bloody hex key out of that, out of there. Well, okay, so these are the originals, but they're absolutely no better or worse than these. And these have some workability. We've got black screws there, sort of grey things there. Let's see. I mean, actually, this is almost an identical position bridge, isn't it? In fact, it's an almost identical bridge in every way. Let's have a look. What I'm thinking of is just have something a bit cleaner. Start from scratch. Yeah, those saddles will be untameable as far as setting the action is concerned. So let's have a look. Does that sit on there? That sits on there perfectly in place. Same deal. These are through mounting. That's the only question, is the through mounting hole in the same place? Yep, I think that's an identical job. A little bit difficult to get in between the saddles here. Not ideal, but we can sort of do it. Well, I mean, okay, they're a little bit. We could borrow the springs off there if we wanted to, but generally speaking, that's as close as we're going to get to a copy. And I don't think there's any point fighting for the original saddles since they are seized up. No advantage at all, really. Let's just double check that. Yeah, that's pretty close. Yep. Yeah, these are. I mean, the only down thing. Okay, let's just shove these off to the side. The thing I don't like about this at the moment is the screws. They don't sit flush for a start. So let's just take that off, and this one, and let's sort this out. So we've got screws that at least sit flush. These are like crappy wood screws or something. You first one, you second one. Right, let's see what we've got. We need some black bridge type screws. They're a bit weedy, possibly, but they're not quite flush. Got some here that sit flush, dead flush. We need 5 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh Christ! Now these are quite a different size, so I'm going to check and see if these fit. Problem is, I have a feeling these have been oversized in the past, so the trouble is, I don't think they'll bite much. Let's see. Yeah, they're kind of quite a wimpy screw by comparison. Let's see if I can find something else that will do. The problem is, see, you don't want this big head of the screw sticking up, which it's currently doing. having said that, these may be a little bit on the flaky side. Hexstone screw, no, no. Sunk, no, no, sort of, no, 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 no. Neck screws, no. Neck screws, there, potentially, but these are quite a bit longer. They'd certainly have a bigger bite. They would definitely have a bigger bite. Let's have a feel. See, they don't sit. They sort of fit, but they don't sit very low either. That's our problem. The countersink is a particular size, and it's no real. See that? That's not really going to hold anything, is it? I'm worried that if we just stick with these little ones, it's going to. The bridge will come out, although it's not really showing any sign of wanting to move. I mean, there are 5 of them after all. Might be a better bet. You better, you better, you bet. Right, that one's not going to work. This one will. Yeah, we need working grub screws for raising and lowering the saddles. There's no point having ones that are knackered. Okay. Okay, so we've got a full set. I was thinking the other way you can adjust the bridge is if the countersink is too shallow for your screws, you can always see these are fairly good, but even then they're still not completely flush, and that's the problem. The original screws appear to have long gone on this bridge, so you end up not having anything that will sit flush. Everything is going to sit proud, and that stops the forward movement of your saddles. Okay, well, I'm going to bag up these little nasty little seized up thingies if I can find a bag for them. So I'm running short on these little bags too. Yeah, I'll keep these original screws in there as well. Just as I say, not great that they're strong, but they're not. They don't allow these to move far enough. They get in the way. But we shall see. If it don't feel right with those, we'll crack open this little container and go again. Right, well, so this will go alongside these. Neck screws, tuners, CMI frets, square, silver all frets. Oh yeah, right, I better take those home with me because they belong elsewhere. Okay, should get the old witch's hats. Oh, I forgot something. Oh, look at me. I forgot. This has got to go as well. It's 2 bits. Volume 0. tone, 0 tone, 0 tone. Tone and 0 volume. Okay. Right. Good. Well, we finally sort of got there. A bit of difficulty along the way. I'm looking for something now, which I now can't find. There's a little bit of the old graphite stuff, conductive stuff on there, which I want to get off, which this scratch removey stuff is good for, although like I say it's a bit of an overkill for a guitar body that is as worn out as this. You really doesn't really make much sense to give it. I mean, you can give it a little bit of a going over. What that ground on stuff is. Yeah, you can give it a little going over. It's probably still worth doing, but there's a limit to obviously how cool you can make it look, because it's past its sell-by date. Right, well, okay. We have some saddles ready to go, which should be adjustable. That'll be the important thing when the time is right. We can get them approximately staggered to start with. And the last one. What we can do a bit later on when we come to make the adjustments, we could certainly put some grease on there to make sure they're all about as doable, uppable as they can be. They're looking a bit rusty, so some grease would be good. If I can find some cleaner ones, I'll refit those as well, but it's just it's a matter of what's in the spares department, I suppose. The point being is that these work, and they still work. Something sticky on there, I don't know what it is. Right, so we've got side to side, front and back switch, because the dimensions, even though I cut a little bit extra space out there, it's not enough to turn the switch around completely. That's cool. Right, I'm going to have to call that quits today, because that's taken up my whole evening. Hey. All right, sorry about that. The most boring thing in the world. See you later. Well, one tried to do the bloody filming, but it's too hot, and this place is shutting the camera down. That's what do you call it? That one, Steptoe and Son. Yeah, so I'm trying to record this. This is for the CMI Tele, but the problem is, like I say, it just conked out. Too hot, it said. Can't do it. Now, the problem with this now is we've got a fair amount of finish built up in these fret slots that needs cleaning out, or even if not finished, then at least we've got some polishing compounds which be built up. So we've got to kind of go through all of this all over again. Possibly could do it with the saw. What I don't want is to sort of break the edge of the finish, because it's quite nice and glossy right now. And that's the idea of having a glossy start point and then we'll fret directly onto that. And then once we've beveled it back flush and got the kind of angle of the bevel right, then I will touch up the finish on the edges where necessary, and then we'll lightly sand and buff out. So I've done the the front fingerboard buffing first, and we'll come back to the buffing the rest of everything later. So I'm hoping that this will film as long as it can hold out, but it's struggling in the heat. It literally flashed up a warning sign that I'd never seen before. It said basically shutting down, cannot do it. I think the video camera generates a fair bit of heat anyway, and I think on top of everything else in this space where there's no air currents at the moment, or through cooling air coming through, I think it just couldn't take the cumulative heat, and that was your lot. So unfortunately I got virtually nothing of refretting the GS2 Gordon Smith, so just hoping that we get a little bit of this. This is the CMI. Now it's not going to be absolutely perfect kind of mirror gloss finish, because from this point onwards, as I kind of start fretting and as I clean it up and stuff, it will get very small scratches along the way. It's impossible to avoid it, so just have to be aware of that. But it'll be a much fresher looking thing than it was before. So I just rigged up the buffer in the other room just to give it that initial front surface buffing. You know, it's not, as you say, it's not completely flat. I didn't sand it for hours to get it absolutely flat. I wanted it to look nice, but not to be the newest looking thing, because it doesn't match the rest of it. So I'm just cleaning out as much of the goo as possible, just so we get a good fit. Now I could at this point potentially do it on the press. That sort of probably makes more sense to do that. It's theoretically a little bit more consistent than doing it by hand, but I don't know. It's already sort of sitting here with the hammer and the blocks, so I thought I'd do it by tapping it in. And actually it's as good a way of doing it as any, so I don't think I should have to worry. So I was doing a whole load of chattering away to the video, because of course I can't see when it conks out. There's no sign of it, so I just assumed it was continuing to record, and then took a sort of check at some point, and then discovered that was no good and I hadn't captured anything. So all my fabulous thoughts of that point in time lost to history like tears in the rain. Okay, so that's the, yikes, get off there. So that's the neck done. Let's squeeze in some superheated, everything's hot, squeeze in some superheated glue. Note to self, need some Titebond soon. And we'll begin. Now, as I said, we're going all the way to the end, so the metal is going to come right to the end, and we're going to use the end beveling block to cut and trim things nice and clean at the end. So in I go with the glue, wood glue, and obviously this will squeeze out the end as well, so we need to be ready to clean up. Wood glue is great for you know, the easy cleanup on this kind of finish. So, all right, so I'll use me. What did you say it was 9.5, wasn't it? Yeah, 9.5. Use this 9.5 block here, which doesn't really need to be 9.5 for this job. Bang, bit of a bounce. The block is, it doesn't really matter that it's whether it's the same radius. It could be a square-ended block. If it's a square-ended block, my recommendation is that it's a smaller block. You don't want a full kind of width. A small, maybe 15 mil, 20 mil end on the block is perfectly good for what we're doing, and that will just help tap the fret in. This bounces is bouncing a bit on the what's this stuff, the cork, so it looks a bit sort of uncontrolled because it jumps up this end, but we're just looking to make sure it's solidly down and any glue spill comes out. And we've got a little bit of metal poking out either end, and that's pretty good. That's seated nicely, and that will then trim up nicely. So with that one in place, I'm going to run along and drop in the glue for 2 or 3 more in a line, if I can. And who knows how long this camera will survive this time out before it says circuitry melting. Can't do it. Shutting down. Not surprised though, it's absolutely roasting in here. It was 30 degrees a minute ago when I checked. So I don't blame it. I don't blame me for being a completely sweating person. So if you want to locate the fret, you can tap it first of all with the hammer, as I just did there, just as a way of getting it to sit where you want it, and then you can follow up with the block afterwards. So this is nice, quite chunky fret metal, fret gauge. So it'll feel a lot different because it's so new and got so much extra grip to it. Okay, so that's tapped in, scarred it, and basically take the excess off, chuck it away, clean up the ends. Much as possible. Again, it'll wipe off anyway, so it's very forgiving stuff. And then a bit of water for clean up. Like so. And while it's wet, it's always a good thing to give it another whack. And that will seat it as well as it's going to seat, and then you can clean the excess up after that. So by the time you've done a bit of cleaning up, I say it never stays completely shiny, because this is touching it with paper. It's still got a bit of friction on it, even if you're careful. It's not the softest paper in the world. So I'm just kind of going down and removing with thumbnails, trying to get the last bit out. And then it's time to have a quick look down there and make sure everything's sitting pretty well. Now one is a bit shorter than the other, so that looks a bit odd. But in terms of evenness, they all look pretty much the same. Like I said, if you're working with a wide block and it doesn't feel right, go back to a narrower one and just focus on putting the sort of force into a particular area, not all of the width. Because sometimes when you use the actual exact radius type of thing that's as wide as the fret, it doesn't put the force quite where you want it. That looks pretty good. Hard to know sometimes, but the beauty is that when you come to radius, when you come to level the frets, when they've all dried, then any slight differences will be ironed out, which is pretty common. There's absolutely no chance that you'll ever put a set of frets in and they'll be perfect to play straight away. Almost always have to do some leveling. Because it's so precise, I mean, there's so tiny amount of clearances and can all sit slightly differently. So it's better to start out expecting that, because it won't be a surprise when you have to do it. If you think you can get to a perfect level set of frets each time, you will be sadly mistaken, I'm afraid. Nigh on impossible. So, a fairly brisk process, really. Once you've cleared the slots out, I think I'm going to use this 16, or whatever it really is. That's 7.25. That's coming at 20, so I'll use the actually it's not 7 point. It's 12.5. I'll use, which is bigger than the actual radius, but it'll do for setting these in. Yeah, once you've made sure that your slots are clear and your finish is the way you want it, then the actual fretting part, like this, should be pretty quick. It's all the preparation that takes most of the time. That one's sitting up oddly. Lots of excess coming out the ends and sides. So yeah, I went over my dad's today just to see how they were after his fall the other morning, and also I was doing a tip run with the couple of bags of reloved guitars, type of workshop consumable type rubbish, usual sort of daily stuff. And so I always call in and check if they've got stuff that needs to go, which they did. So yeah, I was amazed. I got over there and my dad was sitting out there in the bright sunshine under the sunshade thing, and looking surprisingly well. Couldn't see any sign of bruising from where he'd fallen on his nose. It looked terrible on the other morning, and he seemed in good spirits, and talking about bouncing back, quite something. So yeah, not exactly indestructible, but pretty robust, I would say. Anyway, good to see him having survived that. And there was a time on, was it Friday? Yeah, Friday morning when I first got there, I wasn't entirely sure whether he was going to conk out, you know, and he was in a great deal of stress in the face down with his entire bulk, not inconsiderable bulk, pressing down on him. But no, he came through, amazingly. Okay, quick check down there. Not looking bad. Right, and on we go. So that's basically it. I'm going to stop here because I have to get onto a call with JT to discuss some other things. But I will see you tomorrow when I'm coming to bevel the end of this, and then we'll touch up with finish, and then we'll buff out and sand. Yeah, this is actually a little bit. It's a mixture of. It's a bit gloss, but I think we'll probably end up with it sanded out a little bit so it's satiny. Right, see you in a bit. Well, it's only 24.2 degrees in here today, and it's a daytime, so I'm not roasting quite the way I was yesterday evening. What did I do yesterday? Oh yes, I finished it constructing or building this baby. Woo-hoo. Trekkie number 9. Waiting for some knobs, a little bit of setup work. Around the corner we've still got some candy apple guitars with a setting, basically. What's that word? Curing. Anyway, so today we're doing a mixture of painting, spray painting an encore out in the department of spray around the corner, and also at the same time here making some progress on the CMI neck. So I'm going to do fret level now on this Telecaster, vintage Telecaster neck. So this is I've got about an hour or two, an hour now. So I'll do a bit of setup work on this, do another coat of paint on the encore body, bring that back inside, and head off and come back this evening, which is sort of my typical routine. Now let's put this a bit further down here. That's about right. Okay. So this old Tele should be ready to go after this. So refretted, and now the leveling beam now will sort of give me an indication of what's high and what's low and what needs working on. I'm expecting to see some high and low frets in the mix. There's always a little bit of clacking as you go over the whichever fret is at whichever end. So I can see a low fret or two. So we've got some higher frets up here and some low frets. So that's usually the way. A mix of. Just get rid of some of the dust first. So it'll give me an idea of what's high and what's low straight away. We'll have a little play just to hear the notes. Okay, we've got some we've got a little bit of stiffening of the neck down here which needs taking care of. So it's kind of flattening out at this point, so I'm going to have to make sure I get that taken care of right down here. So it's a matter of focusing on this end a little bit more. And we're sort of still using the same bar, but it's sort of putting a bit more effort on this side or this end I should say. And we can see where the high ones come out. Still hot though. Okay, well that's playing all the way up. I'm just going to keep an eye on the measurements here, because this is an old a vintage 9.5 neck. It's not the tightest of radii, but I do have it pushed. I do have it pushed incredibly low at that point, so there's no point making this an impossible target. That's the thing I've learned in the past. Nobody benefits from me setting a world record. So that's just on 1.2. So that's good. I'm going to leave the little adjuster in there because I'm feeling I will need it again shortly. Okay, I'm going to use the same calibration for the next track, and away we go. This is fairly fresh 400 grit paper that I've put on here. So the good thing about this rod is it's quite stiff, and so what it does is it keeps its shape quite well. So it'll allow me to scoop out a little bit of space if that's necessary. Okay, so there's a high fret on number 12 showing up. It always looks excuse me, it always looks extreme on the maple board. But it's worse than it looks. No, it looks worse than it is. Oh, right, let's just make sure this is also, yeah, this is down at 1mm, which is too small. The shim that I originally put on here was to get this action to a sort of middling position, so it's not, we don't want the saddles too high and we don't want them flat on the bottom. Okay, so now we're going to go across into the all-important G track, and this is the one that typically you find this is where the E string will choke out if it's going to choke. So we have to get the evenness of the G track done, sort of a priority compared to everything else really. Okay. So I'm just getting the action to a realistic height, not too little. Okay. Using Harley Benton strings here as the sacrificial strings in this case. So this is where the E string, let's put it another way, the G track is where the E string typically chokes out when you do big bends. So it's really critical. I mean, it's critical that everything's level, but of all the most challenging spot, if you like, is the G track, as I call it. That's the one that's going to dictate whether you can bend notes successfully or not. And it's to do with the geometry of the way the string moves across as you bend it. So if you think about it in the sort of looking at it from this end on, you see the neck shape like that. So you're pushing it E string uphill. And you think to yourself, well, okay, well that means the top of the string is sitting at a high point. Well, the string is, but the important point is that its anchor down here and here aren't. They're down at the bottom of the hill in the same radius. So you're pushing this part of the string up to the top of the hill, but it has to go downhill. And not only does it go back to the place on the nut and the bridge, but it also goes downhill in terms of the three-dimensional view, cross-section. Okay, we've got what I think is a low fret here, and it's getting in the way. So it's the G track up here, which needs to be worked on. So we've currently got a low fret stopping that bend going across. So it means, as with low frets, it means we have to bottom out the frets around a low fret, unfortunately. It's always the way. Just a bit of hard work, that's all. A bit of effort. This was, as JT will remember, this was a difficult refret. For some reason, this one really didn't want to comply. Nearly there. So I'm going to go back and do the B again briefly. B briefly. Yes, for some reason this didn't want to comply, and I removed several frets and replaced them to make sure that it worked. It just wasn't having any of it. So we've got a low fret followed by a high fret, and that's the thing that's getting in the way. But we'll get there. Okay, one more go on the G track. And it's always the way that the G track is the sort of the determining factor in all of this. So once we get the G track part of things right, we'll sail off onto the other side and it'll be fairly plain sailing. So it's the big bends up into the G track that are struggling. And that's what we're working on freeing up just now with this leveling. And don't forget, as I say, it's currently on the lowest possible action, so okay, that's leveled out. Good. So, you know, a little bit of hard work to do there, not the end of the world, and now we move on. That's pretty good. This is why I like to use sacrificial strings, because they get pulled around and dirtied with dusty fingers and so on. So now we're on the D track, and I'm basically concentrating on making sure all the individual notes play cleanly. That's the important thing. There is a bend implication, but it's not as critical by this time, because realistically you don't bend right over the hill and down the other side as much. So the D track isn't as critical as is the G track. It's funny that, isn't it, that just one particular part on the neck is critical to making it play well. But that's the way it is. Just the way we play, I suppose. If we bent the other way, then it would be a big issue that way. So 2 just over, tiny fraction back. It's good. Oh, let's do the heights for the last two. The height of the last two while I'm at it. That's too low. Too low. Basically what I'm doing here is I'm doing ranging from 1.25 1.2 over on the treble side over to about 1.5 on the bass side, and I'm sort of making a, what the word would be, a gradation between them. So, you know, it's a bit of a eyeballing thing. There we go, 1.5. We're going from 1.2 to 1.5, nicely in tune. And that means it's just a little bit more on the B from 1.2. You have to, a little bit more on the B, a little bit more on the G, and so on. So you eventually get across to, you get yourself across to 1.5 on the low E. And it isn't a precise science. It's, you know, you have to guess the difference, but it's a very small fraction of a millimetre. So really, it ain't a big thing. It's a very little thing, actually. Anyway, so here we go. Onto the A, and now then the E. Where have you gone, microphone? Just can't see you. A. Now, interestingly, the A and the E track are most often subject to what I call fret slap, and that means that for any particular low action, they're just lacking a little bit of room for the strings to spin adequately. And that's often because I found that it's because the neck is slightly uneven under load. So what may look like a nice flat neck or even a smoothly curving neck to the naked eye, when you load it with strings, becomes a strangely wiggly thing. So that's fret slap. But it's caused by the flat spot in the neck coming up, so we have to do a little bit more work on that. So there's a mixture of there's a bit of curing fret slap, but in a more specific location. Normally I would say fret slap is typically found all the way up the neck, and it's one of the things that distinguishes it as fret slap as opposed to fret buzz, which is usually can be fairly confidently said to affect a single string at most, a single fret at most, and therefore a particular fretted note. Fret slap tends to be identified because it's a little bit of zzz on all strings, on all frets on a single string. A little bit there, but it's improving. So it's just after the 12th fret. I'm going to do a tiny bit more down there, but it's getting there. So that's kind of what we're doing, is a cluster of frets now, and I'm putting a little bit more downward effort into this particular spot to, I suppose, bottom it out or whatever you might say, but it's getting rid of it's creating a little bit more space, but not creating any unevenness with the rest of the neck. That's pretty good for now. Now we're going to go on to the low E track, and probably the same will apply here. So starting with the sort of general principle of leveling, just looking for all of the notes to play, and trusting the curvature of the tool to do most of what it needs to do, except recognizing that there's a slight flattening of the neck at this end. So we're going to need to do that little bit of extra work at this stiffened up end of the heel. Kind of a bit like a Les Paul neck at the moment, this is. So now the thing about this is you could do all of this, or you could do a lot of this leveling with a radius block straight after refretting, but it would take a ton of material off without giving you any sort of control over how much. Tiny little bit there. We'll just take care of that. Yeah, so the what do you call it? The radius block method would be a little bit indiscriminate. So I prefer this method to concentrate on only on the areas we need to concentrate on and nothing else, because it ultimately saves fret metal. And this is by far gentler than the radius block method. I'm going to have a closer look at that nut, because that may be a micro fraction too low. I've got another one here, tusk one. I just happen to have in my pocket that might do this job slightly better. I don't really want to take it off and do a get start again, but I will do if it's not right. It feels like it's a tiny fraction too low on that E string. Okay. Leveling done. Now is the time to address the nut issue if it needs doing. So what you can see here. Sorry, I've been remiss on any kind of close-ups. So we've got what is quite a low first fret action. It's actually maybe not that low, but it's something to do with the scale length mixed with the string is creating a bit of slap on that open for open note. Now, some guitars will just do it and some don't, and it's quite hard to know why. But I think this may be a little bit under my, well, it could be under my optimal. But if it isn't under my sort of nominal optimal height, see this by all accounts, this shouldn't do that. It shouldn't do it. That's about 0.4. It's more at this end, but it's less at the treble end. I've done it that way this time. But so that shouldn't be a problem. I don't want to go any higher than that 0.4. So the neck is relatively relieved. It's got kind of a little bit more than sometimes I might have. So yeah, I mean, you know, we could see that. Question is which is it that's making, where is it touching? I don't know. I'm just guessing. As if I could find out by doing that. It's interesting, isn't it? So it's just one of those dynamics that I can't immediately solve. That's 1.5 mils, 0.4 or a bit more down here on the nut. See, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I think I'm probably being a bit over fussy here. Sorry about that, not a very good view. Yeah, I think I'm being a little over fussy. I've got everything else working, and there's occasionally a little bit of clatter on that one string. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take it as it is. In fact, I'm going to tighten the truss rod a small fraction. Just one small fraction of the main attraction. Now, somewhere is a hex key. Hex key that belongs to this point. Where did I just... took it over here, didn't I? Yes, it's just one small fraction of the main attraction. Where is the truss rod gone? Truss rod key, hex key gone. Because I need hex key action. Oh yes. Brilliant. No, didn't bend it. Thank God for that. How can you lose something that right, you go on there, you come off there, not there, not there, not there, not there, not under there, not in this box of parts here, because it shouldn't be anyway. Should be on these tool sets here, but it's not there. It's there, hidden. Blimey. Sorry about that. Right, so technically what I'd like to do here is to give this a little bit of a tighten up, because it's a little bit too... Blimey. I'm not sure it wants to cooperate with me. It's a little bit too relieved for my likings. So I'm giving it a bit of a shove. See if it's made any difference at all. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, so that's all right. That's all right. Let's now de-stringify it. Now what I'm looking for time-wise, I'm looking at the clock. This is, strings can go in the bin. I'm going to clean up this neck because it's got dusty already, and then I'm going to mask it off. Now, this is going to be a day of interest because on this neck, I refinished this neck with my own fair hand, as you know, and I've been having some trouble with Gordon Smith's finish on the GS2 that I refretted alongside this, and I've got to do the leveling on that today and also polish out the frets, which realistically there is no credible, sensible way you can do it without doing, putting some masking tape around the fingerboard to protect it. Otherwise, you sort of basically get limited to using a set of fret rubbers and a fret protector strip, which I think is a pretty naff solution because you just can't get the grade of papers all the way up from where we are now to where we've got to be. So I'm just going to do a bit of cleaning and a little bit of dust removal and pen removal as we speak. Yeah, so we're sort of stuck with the paper masking tape and sandpaper routine. Now, I'm just fingers are fully crossed at this point in time that the GS2 that I refinished the back of the neck on, I'm just having to hold keep my fingers crossed that it survives the use of that stuff, masking tape. One of the things about it was I very deliberately avoided using, I started out by choosing to avoid using a fret. I was going to avoid using the end beveling file because I could sense that the finish on there was flawed. Anyway, in the end, no matter what I did to protect it, the finish came off on the back, so that sent me off into a refinish the back trip, and then by the time I'd done that and I came to do the edges, I knew it would cost me the edges, but it also cost me the edges. So then I found myself basically having to refinish the edges as well. So now we're in a position with the, I'm just going to do a little bit of fret thingy here. Now we're in a position with the GS2 where I'm hoping that when we come to polish out the frets after the leveling, I'm just hoping and fingers crossing that the finish that I've put on there and built up will now stay on, unlike the original Gordon Smith finish, which just came off like this very, very brittle skin, snake skin. I don't know what they used exactly, or how they applied it, or whether they put anything onto the wood first before they sprayed finish, or whether that was needed anything else on. I don't know, but either which way, it didn't really seem to want to hold on with the slightest touch of tape. So it kind of becomes a nerve-wracking thing, because if it goes wrong on the next bit, i.e. if it decides that the finish isn't going to take, because basically if you think about it, I've put my hand wiped poly on top of some pretty brittle stuff, which has not shown a track record of wanting to stay attached to the wood. So you know, it's not putting my finish on top, it's not a guarantee of it sticking, except where my finish has filled a hole where their finish came off and went to the wood. So I'm fairly confident that the wipe-on stuff will adhere very well to the wood, since I've used straight on wood numbers of times and it's worked very well. Anyway, so I'm going to, no choice really, if I want to level and polish out to a high standard, I'm going to need to use the masking tape on the GS2. And I just have to be prepared that if it's going to shed some more finish, in which case I'm going to be left in a position of simply just having to refinish it, which in a way, when I started to see it falling apart the first time, I sort of thought to myself, well, I probably should have gone ahead and stripped it back. But the only downside of that is, oops, sorry, it's a set neck, and so there was no logical borderline boundary between the finish on the neck and the finish on the body. So you know, where would you stop? Because when you have to do a sort of repair, refinish, you're looking out for sort of boundaries where you can refinish up to a certain point and then not have to continue, because you can blend in the join. But on the GS2 it wouldn't have been a very simple task. Okay, so I'm going to hang that there. I'm going to get my cutting board up, cut a load of strips ready for use. Take some old stuff off. So what I'll do is I'll get this covered off. I will try, if I look at the time, I will try, we'll be on 1:30:25. I'll see if I can get the sanding out part done for the CMI, this one, and then get one more coat. I think I'll run out of paint anyway. I'm expecting 2 more cans of paint to be delivered, but I'll get the last bit of paint that I've got here sprayed onto the Encore. Funny thing is, this morning I just discovered that the paint I had left over wasn't the colour I thought it was, so I've gone ahead and sprayed the first couple of coats on this Encore body for Rob. I've gone and sprayed it a different colour of blue. It's only very slight, and it's fine, because the paint that's coming and the paint I'm spraying today is the correct original colour. But what I'm noticing is recently I've only been able to find what do we call it? High coat double acrylic for this sort of spray job. I've only been able to find the small double acrylic cans, and I have to say I really don't like them. I much prefer the larger cans. So for example, right now I'm using the Halford's version left over from an Adam job some time ago, and the Halford's version comes in a bigger sort of 400 ml type can, and you know, the high coat one claims it's double concentrated, therefore it's better and whatever, but actually it sprays it too thick, and it also runs out incredibly quickly. So I much prefer the 400 ml size cans. The smaller cans, they run out halfway through a can so I guess the point. No, by the time you've done 2 coats, you've got a bit left in the can, and that bit starts to get blobby and spitty, which you really don't need. Whereas the full-size ones seem to run kind of perfectly to front and back spray. I mean, that's just chance really, but I seem to be able to anticipate the end and avoid the spits and not just the spits, the sort of the not very even spray. It goes kind of gets a bit crap towards the end of the miniature cans. So those little details, whilst it might be environmentally sound and all the rest of it, because you're double concentrated or whatever the claim is, I don't like it as much, I have to say. So unfortunately I've got 2 more of those cans coming, but right now I'm using up old cans from a previous job, and they are the larger ones. But also generally it's difficult to get a consistent finish, particularly I have to say with the smaller cans. They have a narrower spray and a more intense spray kind of, and if you pull back you get a load of wastage, and if you go too close you get a dark, you know, a too thick band. So it's not something about the flow, and generally in those smaller packages I really don't like, and I wish they hadn't done it. So next time, if I could find the colours I want in Halford's, I think I might go Halford's instead of the high coat, because I'm not a fan of this high coat double acrylic thing. But that's what I've currently ordered, because that's all I could get in the high coat. Couldn't find the 400 ml size type of tins. Anyway, the thing about the colour stuff is, once I've got a colour coat on that's acceptable, then what I'll do is I'll let it dry, and then my next stage will be to spray clear poly on top, which is what I've worked out as a workable solution. You could get tin polyurethane to spray on top. The poly I use is a water-based poly, and by all accounts, although you know you'd never really work it out if you were just casually looking for information, but apparently they class acrylic car paints as a water-based paint. So it's on that basis that I thought I would try the 2 out together. Seemed to work pretty well. I mean, so far I've sprayed the water-based poly that I've been using. I sprayed it onto I'm running out. Need some thin strips. I sprayed it onto bare wood, which seems to go really well, and I've sprayed it onto acrylic car paint, which seems to have gone well too. So that's the plan. But I've had some fun and games with that Encore body. I think I think I've noticed in the past that if you get your spray technique of acrylic wrong, if you don't let the coats dry out properly between sprays, something seems to happen that the acrylic stays effectively soft, permanently soft. And I think that's what I discovered on this Encore. And on top of that, then I sprayed some on top of patches of that to see how it would go, acrylic on acrylic, and it absolutely didn't like it at all. It became even stickier. Sorry, I didn't do colour on top of colour. I went to see primer on top of colour, and the acrylic primer just turned the existing acrylic into mush. So I had to heat gun that off, which the story of that was I started out by looking to heat gun the original finish off, but the heat gun lifted up what appeared to be a sort of veneer on the front of this guitar. I mean, I knew it was cheap Chinese wood, but it as an Encore I wasn't expecting this veneer, and as soon as I used the heat gun, yes, it melted the acrylic nicely and I could scrape it, but with the paint came up this like a skin of wood, and I just thought, well, if I do this for the rest of this guitar, there's going to be nothing left of it, because it's ropey balsa wood style Chinese timber in the first place, but to kind of scrape it out of existence with a heat gun, I'd be spend the rest of my days filling. So as it was, I had to fill the hole left where that sort of sheet of veneer came out with resins, which I did, and then I had to what did I do next? I need my green tape. Then I had to sand those back and start again. So it's probably one of the holiest, least attractive bodies by the end of getting it vaguely ready to work that I've come across, but it's sentimentally important. So whilst it would be a million times simpler to have gone and got another Encore body and just used that, it's not the point. The point is it's this guitar that matters to somebody. So I've stuck with it and fought for it, and we've got a solid body, solid-ish body, now ready to, I'm at 1500 grits now, nearly. Yeah, we've got a solid body. It's going to have a blue coat and some clear poly on top of it, and then we're going to put a well set up neck, custom made P90 3x P90 pickguard on it, and make it play as best it can despite its humble origins, and they sure are humble, but I'm going to fight for it. I've started, so I will finish the fight. Okay, looking at the time, let's get going. I will save you the misery of watching this because it's just noisy, and when we come back I'll be ready to restring this with its final set of strings and test play it. Okay, thanks for watching, see you soon. Okay, just a couple of interruptions. Here we are on the restringing side of things, and I've just been having a chat with Kevin from downstairs about spraying and things. He's restoring an old Land Rover, so there's plenty of that kind of work going on down there. These through holes are proving to be a little bit difficult to use on this guitar, but it's not the end of the world. It's a little bit fiddly. So once I've strung this, it will be a case of checking again on the action, double checking the playability, and then go away fly, and then stretching the strings and setting the intonation. I keep looking at this body and I keep wanting to polish it or something, but the truth is this body is road worn, and that's the end of the story really. So it's silly to get caught up in trying to make it too pretty, because it isn't going to happen, I'm afraid. It is what it is. Okay, stop it. So we need some cutters. So the heat has sort of died away a little bit now, so we're approaching rain is about to come, which I guess the gardens need and stuff. I quite like it in this grey warm temperature. But, okay, so just for interests of string winding nerds' sake, this is how I like to string a split post. I go 2 tuners after the post I'm attaching to, and then I cut and then bend across, and then I forget where I put my winder and wind on. These are great, actually really nice set of tuners. I know that I don't think Richard actually asked me for any tuners for this, but I feel that this guitar deserves them, and actually right now I'm not going to be putting them on anything else, so I thought I will donate these to a good cause. You know, in the spirit of paying it forward, because people give me lots of nice things. Not paying it back, people give me lots of nice things. I've got things on guitars that I currently own that were donated. A lovely bridge from a what do they call it? Tone Pros bridge, and I've still right now I've got a PRS style bridge that Carlos donated to me, which I've also yet to use. I cut this one too damn short. What an idiot. See, I wasn't concentrating properly. Oh, this will work, but fractionally too short. Silly chap. Next time, pay attention, 007. To the one you want too past. Or a couple of inches. So, where are we? Olympics opening in Tokyo. Not that I watch the Olympics. Everybody in the UK kind of thrilled to be free, sort of, and yet not quite sure what's happening next. So I know that my son has gone to his first rave or such thing. One of my sons, my youngest son, gone to his first rave in many a year, and he's been dying to go with his pals for such a long time. I know he just can't wait. Okay, bit of a stretch. You can't see that. The funny thing with this iPhone, I can't really tell where it's looking at any one time, so I'm always having to guess and hope, but it's not exactly wide angle either. I know what you can see up there. You can see everything. Everything. Right. Yeah, so Theo's gone off to his first party. Right, quick feel. Yes, yes. Good, going good, good. Yes, going well. So plenty of stretching to do. So my way of stretching will be to use the thumb and forefinger method. Kevin's getting ready to do some spraying out there. So keep a nose for vapours. There's still a bit of old finish on this neck, right down in the dip, right by the heel, where I didn't want to dig in any further to get it out. So it's sort of got the original colour in there, which is a bit darker, but then you sort of expect the finish to go darker over time. So yes, pretty good. Okay, I'm going to do the intonation part now and check, and then after that it will just be a matter of a bit more stretching, and I think we're ready to take this home. Take me home. I got trying to think what, it didn't come in a case, so but I have a hard case here. I can take it home. I think I brought it up in the hard case. So again, not a very easy one to rest on here without getting the thing caught. It's too short. That's funny, that's quite a big thing, big deal. Too short, too high. Drag it back somewhat. Well, I'm going to just do it lying down for a minute, which is naughty, but not naughty at all. It works perfectly well. It's a distance thing. Doesn't matter about the tuning. We know for a fact I know for a fact that if we tune it up like this and then hold it up in the playing position, the tuning will change, but that's not what we're doing. We're testing the distance created by the saddle. Too short, man. Let's just drop these back. Interesting. Right. I don't actually have a strap here because I want to do this. I'm going to have to do this again. Not my favourite thing to do. I'm just trying to keep the jack off the ground. That's Kevin spraying. That's better. Okay, let's get this right from the start. Nearly there. Ends up with the saddles being quite a long way back on here. Can't hear. Sounds funny with the sound of the thingy going on in the background. Just retune this. I wish I could have a strap. That's what I wish I could. Do some more stretching still. So long as any detuning still happens when you do this, then you still need to stretch some more. That's all there is to it, really. And so that still needs detuning, retuning and stretching. I need a strap, I really do. I'm going to make one, find one. No. Box anywhere? That's got a strap, probably. There is a strap in here, along with a couple of dead funnel web spiders. Oh, look at this, the original strap from probably the 70s. 80s West Tone strap. I'll just borrow it for a minute. Right. Think. Come on, man. Come on. It's a little bit weird. This. What we really need is two wires. There's another one somewhere that isn't as long as this, but oh well, what we'll do. Let's go in there and out of there. An inline tuning thing. Oh, that's because it's not plugged in. Lean. I think these are very high output, methinks. Quite a lot of Oops. It's an interesting tone. It's not a modern tone. You know, it's definitely the sort of I don't know whether these are true humbuckers or not. I think they're probably single coils, if the truth be known. Anyway, so look, there we have it. This is going in the box as of now. Not that box, but probably this box. To go home. And that won't stay up there. Maybe it will. You go in there. Oh God. Oh no. Whose tremolo arm have I got in there now? Holy cactus. That's not good, is it? Oops. Somebody's tremolo arm. You know, it could be. I'm wondering if it's. Oh, something else. Now this is a interesting little bit. We've got to add the final touch to this one, which is the funny white cover, which really doesn't look to me like it now belongs on this guitar. That's the strange thing about it. So let's go over to the department of bits. So I personally think this would probably look better without this on there, but let's go for the original look. And here it is. And we also got to find a couple of screws to go with it. These will do, 2 of these. Are they about the right size? Oh, you clever. You put that one in the wrong hole. Yeah, that's not really the right idea, was it? I'm so silly. I put the string tree in the wrong place. That's okay. There's me thinking desperately needed to put it in there. So this is the original cover, truss rod cover, which takes 3 of these little Tuna screws to fix it in place. But it's a funny white thing in a land where everything else is looking very cool and not white. Let's put it that way. So we'll put it on, and then we'll need to move the second string tree. I suppose if I think clearly now, I suppose it only came with 1 string tree in the first place, didn't it? So we could have a look and see if it works. I've got 1 in my book, you see, listed down, 1 tusk string tree. I thought I was having two there because of the place where that cover should go. So let's have a look and see whether it needs the second one or not. Personally, I think it does need a second one. I think it would be a waste not to have it. A full economy. So let's put it on. Let's mark it up where it's going to go. Let's put it somewhere reasonably close. Get the drill. Sorry, this went all a bit funny at the end. I thought I'd finished, and then I haven't. Okay. Okie dokie. There we have it. Okay, so there's the spare parts that came off here, including all the tuners. So that's now going to go in the box and ready for Richard. I'm just looking, everything got a bit more space on this side until we get down the end. I might do a very small adjustment to the excuse me, to the thing that is called the neck. Just a little movement adjustment for a second. Bear with me. Go down this way, so a little bit towards me and tighten up. That's where it should be. Now that probably could use a little tiny bit of sandpaper as a shim on the side, just to get it to stay comfortably without stressing. That's usually what works quite nicely. So let's have a quick feel of how it sits. A little bit of scrunch there. Let's pull this back in. Down a bit in size. So this, typically on a Strat or a Tele, you can use the, you can shim, or you can use the bolts to put a neck wherever you want it, and then once it's in place, you basically tighten up, and that becomes its location. I'm helping it to stay in place with the adjustment, or the inclusion of that little shim. Nice. looking down directly from above. That's right. Okay, cover on. That's how it looks at the end. Maybe a little out of keeping, but hey, it's original, so we'll keep that there. We've obviously lost the hideous plastic nut that nobody would want to use, really. So that's out of the question. There we have it. We're possibly a little bit high on the pickups here. Now we've lowered the action, so I think we ought to take these down a little tiny bit. Yeah, in both cases. That's probably why they sounded so high output, because they were right up close to the strings. Right, a little bit down on this one. Yep. Like that. Okay. Good. Right. All done in the box. And I'll take the spares back here as well. Really cover these up with some tape. Ladies and gents, it's nigh on done. Will these fit in here? Now I've got to find out who's who's black. No, that doesn't fit. Oh, Stegosaurus. Ow. Will that fit in there like that? Just. Will it close? Yes. Okie dokie. That's that one done. Ready to go. Thank you for watching. Now on to something else. Oh, a bit more spraying. See you in a minute.